Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. The Iron Swarm. Commander Rylis Vane was already inside the Imperial formation when he realised something was wrong. Not the tactical kind of wrong. He'd been wrong tactically 100 times and corrected it mid-roll, mid-breath, mid-thought. This was a structural wrongness, like finding a door in a wall that should have been solid. He'd punched through the corner of the Imperial screen 30 seconds ago, destroyed 2 TIE fighters in the time it took most pilots to find their targeting reticle, and the formation had not broken. It had not chased. It had not done anything he expected it to do. It had adjusted. "Bren," he said into the comm, "what do you see?" Bren Taylor's voice came back tight. "New contacts off the destroyer. Tight formation. Really tight. They're not scattering." "How many?" A pause. "A lot." Vane pulled his X-Wing through a hard bank and got his first real look at the shape emerging from the Star Destroyer's hangar shadow. His first thought was that it was a ship. Something enormous. A black geometric mass rotating slowly, catching no light at all against the starfield. Then he understood what he was seeing. 200 TIE fighters arranged in a perfect cube. He'd fought swarms his whole career. He knew swarms the way a surgeon knows anatomy, where to cut, which nerve to sever, how the whole organism would convulse and scatter when you hit the right node. You isolated a subsection. You baited the aggressive ones into breaking rank. You found the pilot who flinched and you made an example of him where the others could see it, and the fear rippled outward and the formation dissolved into individual pilots making individual mistakes, and then you owned the sky. This was not a swarm. It was unfolding. That was the only word for it. The cube was unfolding from the destroyer's shadow, the way a thought unfolds into clarity. Not scattered, not chaotic, but with the slow geometric certainty of something that had always been inevitable. He watched it rotate a quarter turn in perfect silence. No chatter on the Imperial frequencies. Nothing. "Vane." That was Captain Alara Thorne's voice from the frigate Perseverance, 2,000 kilometres behind him. Her voice carried the specific flatness of a senior officer who had already done the math. "We're pulling back. Come home. Give me 2 minutes. Vane, 2 minutes." He dove at the corner of the cube. The corner tie died cleanly, a burst through the cockpit before the pilot had any possible chance to respond. Vane was already rolling through the debris when he saw what happened next. The adjacent fighter didn't hesitate, didn't wheel to engage him, didn't do anything a pilot would do. It simply advanced, laterally, into the vacant node, as though the empty space were a wound that the body needed to close. Interesting, he thought, which was perhaps not the correct response to having his entire tactical vocabulary rendered meaningless in under 3 seconds. He went deeper. He destroyed 3 more in rapid succession. He was good at this, genuinely exceptional, the kind of pilot who existed perhaps once a generation. And for a moment the corner section looked ragged, disrupted, a gap opening in the lattice like a missing tooth. He angled for it. 2 TIE fighters collided deliberately in the gap. Not a collision of error, a collision of architecture. They folded together and the gap sealed, and the laser fire that came from the surrounding structure arrived from 6 different angles simultaneously, and his shields dropped to 30% before he understood he was in a box. He hit the afterburner and dove through the debris of the collision he'd just caused, a trick he'd used 17 times in his career, using destroyed ships as momentary cover, and came out the other side shaking. His hands were steady on the controls. His heart rate, he noted, was elevated. That was new. "Marin," he said to the tech analyst back, on the Perseverance. What am I looking at? Marinilix's voice came back careful, precise. The voice of someone who'd been watching sensor data and not liking what she found. It's a cubic lattice. Every firing arc overlaps 6 others. Every pilot is holding a coordinate, not a position. They're not flying. They're occupying space. Occupying space, he repeated. If you destroy a node, the nearest pilot fills it. Immediately. Not as a tactical decision. As a correction. Like the system is self-healing. He looked at the formation rotating slowly against the stars. The gas giant behind it threw amber light across the black wings, and they caught none of it, absorbed it, remained perfectly dark. He had spent 15 years learning to read formations the way musicians read scores. Here was tension, here was vulnerability, here was the moment a squadron broke. He stared at this thing and read nothing. It had no tension. It had no anxiety. It was not capable of being provoked. It was not, he began to understand, a formation at all. It was a machine built out of people. 2 minutes are up, Thorne said. Yeah, he said. He pulled out. He sat in the briefing room of the Perseverance with his helmet on the table in front of him and tried to explain what he'd seen. Marinilix had her sensor data projected on the wall. A 3-dimensional wireframe of the lattice, rotating slowly, overlapping fire arcs rendered in pale blue lines that filled the interior of the cube like a nervous system. The control signal, Marin said, is coming from the Star Destroyer. The pilots are receiving coordinate assignments, not orders in the conventional sense, not attack this target or follow that vector, just positions, where to be, when to be there. They're not making decisions, Vane said. The decision has already been made. The only decision is maintain the coordinate. Everything else, what to fire at, when to advance, whether to survive, those are irrelevant to the system. The system doesn't need them to survive. It needs them to maintain position. Thorne was looking at the wireframe with the expression of someone adding up numbers she didn't want to add. If we destroy the command ship, the lattice breaks, Marin said. Without the coordinate signal, the pilots revert to individual decision-making, which they're not trained for, which the system explicitly doesn't want. Vane picked up his helmet and looked at his reflection in the dark visor. He'd started flying at 16. He'd been described over the years with words like instinctive and improvisational and unpredictable. These words had always sounded like compliments. He was beginning to suspect they were also a diagnosis. The system was designed for pilots like him. No, that wasn't right either. The system wasn't designed to fight pilots like him. The system was designed so that pilots like him were irrelevant. His whole career had been built on the premise that individual skill, his skill specifically, could break formations. The premise required formations to have individuals in them. Individuals who could be frightened, baited, flattered into breaking rank. Remove the individuals, the premise collapses. "I'll take the command ship," he said. Thorne looked at him. "The formation is between us and the destroyer." "I know. You'd have to go through it." "I know." She held his gaze for a long moment. She was not a woman who wasted energy on arguments she couldn't win. "Don't die," she said finally, which from Thorne was a form of blessing. The Perseverance was losing propulsion by the time he launched. 2 of the lattice's subsections had detached and reformed around the frigate's engine arrays, not attacking aggressively, just closing space, reducing options, the way water fills a container. He watched it on his sensors as he burned toward the cube and thought about geometry. Marin's voice in his ear. "They're not coming. After you." "I know. They haven't come after you once. You're not the target. I know that now. Vane, focus on the frigate. Tell me when they move." He pushed the throttle to full and aimed at the centre of the cube. This was the part of his career he was best at. Not the tactical thinking, not the formation analysis. The moment when thought became unnecessary and the body took over. He described it once, badly. to a reporter who'd wanted a quote for a rebel recruitment broadsheet. You stop being a pilot and you become a decision that's already been made. The reporter had loved it. Vane had always been a little embarrassed by it, because it was true. He hit the cube at full speed, already rolling. He destroyed 4 nodes before they could respond. The lattice distorted, visibly on his sensors, the wireframe folding inward like a mouth. He felt something that might have been triumph if he'd had time for it. He went deeper. He destroyed 2 more, 3. The centre of... The cube was opening around him, the surrounding fighters pulling back slightly to recalculate. He could feel the recalculation, the system updating its geometry, and he thought, there it is. There's the moment, and he pushed forward toward the heart of it. The cube inverted, not collapsed, not broke, inverted. What had been a solid structure with him at the edge became a hollow sphere with him at the centre. The fighters that had been around him were now surrounding him, not closing in chaotically, but rotating, reorienting, each one finding its coordinate in the new configuration with the terrible efficiency of a clock correcting itself after being dropped. The geometry had changed. He was not penetrating the formation. He was the centre of the formation. Every firing arc in the lattice now pointed inward, at him. He understood then what the distortion had been. Not damage, not chaos. The distortion had been the system rearranging itself around his trajectory, predicting where. He would go, setting the trap at the destination rather than at the approach. He had been meant to penetrate. He had been invited to penetrate. The whole engagement, both engagements, everything since he'd first hit the corner, had been a process of moving him here, to the centre, where there was nowhere to go. He tried the engine overload. He'd done it twice before. Pushed the power plant past safe limits, used the resulting surge to ram a fighter and break a hole in a formation. Both times it had worked because the pilot in his way had flinched, had made the very human calculation that dying was worse than a gap in the line. The sphere compressed. The nearest fighter, Node 642, his sensors told him, which was an absurd thing to know about someone who was killing you, held its coordinate, did not flinch, did not deviate. The sphere was faster than his overload. He could see it on his sensors, the whole beautiful, terrible mechanism closing around him like a fist. 2 TIE fighters in his escape vector collided deliberately to close the gap. They both survived, barely on momentum, tumbling slightly before their thrusters corrected them, and they were back in position, their hulls scorched, their pilots silent. Bren's voice broke over the comm, broken, desperate, his wingman of 4 years trying to come in from outside. "I see you. I'm coming." He watched on his sensors as Bren hit the outer edge of the sphere and was erased. 3 coordinated firing solutions, less than a second. Nothing Bren did or didn't do would have changed it. The system had noted the approach vector and sealed it. Vane sat in the closing dark and thought about this. 9 seconds. He ran the geometry one more time because he was the kind of man who ran the geometry one more time. The sphere was complete on 5 axes. The 6th was closing at a rate that made the engine overload irrelevant. He'd need 4 seconds for the surge and the gap would be gone in 2. The firing solutions were converging from 11 distinct vectors. His shields were at 8%. 8. His hands on the controls. The habit of them. 15 years of muscle memory insisting there was something to do. He let them rest. 7. The gas giant outside was very beautiful. Amber and rust, enormous, indifferent. He hadn't noticed it once during the engagement. There hadn't been time. 6. He'd built his entire career on the idea that pilots want to matter, that desire to be seen, to be remembered, to have your name attached to a kill was the crack in every formation he'd ever broken. You found the pilot who wanted to be a hero, and you gave him a target and he broke rank, and then you had him. 5. There was no one here who wanted to matter. 4. Node 642 was in his forward arc, holding coordinate, not looking at him, not looking at him. The distinction had stopped being meaningful somewhere in the last 4 minutes, and he couldn't say exactly when. 3. He keyed the comm, said the only true thing left. They removed the pilot. 2. The sphere tightened. 1. At 14:07:43 station time, Node 642 received its firing solution. Darren Krell did not know whose ship was at the coordinate. He knew the coordinate, interior node, close range, the target already bracketed by 11 other solutions from the surrounding lattice. His own was partial, contributing, one thread in the weave. He fired when the system indicated. The target's shields failed. The surrounding solutions converged. He felt the concussion through his hull, debris from an adjacent node's kill, and the system adjusted his coordinate a fraction to compensate. He adjusted with it. He held. The interior of the sphere cleared. Systems check. Hull integrity, nominal. Weapons, nominal. Coordinate, 642. He was where he was supposed to be. Later, in the debrief, someone mentioned a name, Rylis Vane. Krell wrote it on his pad, because the debriefer seemed to expect him to. He looked at it afterward. The name meant something to the others in the room. He could see it in the way they held themselves when they said it, some particular weight, the way you carry the name of something large. He looked at the name for a moment, then he turned his pad over. He had held his coordinate. The system had handled the rest. That was the whole of what had happened here, and he did not need a name for it. On the bridge of the Obdurate, the telemetry screens were very quiet. Admiral Callus Virek stood at his console and watched the sphere contract to a point, and then expand slightly as the debris dispersed, and then the sphere reformed, the nodes returning to their coordinates, the cube reconstituting itself with the unhurried patience of water finding level. He had been in the Imperial Navy for 31 years. He had believed, for 31 years, that the quality of a fleet depended on the quality of its pilots, their training, their morale, their will to fight. He was not certain what he believed now. Commander Nira Solvane stood at the holographic display with a stylus in her hand and was annotating the engagement data. She had been annotating it since the engagement began. She had not looked out the viewport once. Her handwriting was very small and very precise. Efficiency improved under stress conditions, she said, not particularly to anyone. The inversion maneuver executed in 4.3 seconds. Baseline projection was 6. The system is learning, she made note. The variable engagement enriched the dataset considerably. I'm grateful for the complexity. Virek looked at her. He had known officers who were cruel, and officers who were cold, and officers who treated casualties as arithmetic. Solvane was something different. She was not cruel. Cruelty required caring about the pain. She was simply a person for whom the suffering of others existed in the same category as bad. Whether, a real phenomenon, measurable, ultimately irrelevant to the work. He found her profoundly unsettling and had filed no report on this. Losses, he said. 42 units. She did not look up. Formation integrity maintained at 88% throughout. The self-repair protocol functioned within tolerance. 2 pilots sustained hull damage in the closing maneuver. Both returned to coordinate immediately. A pause. Impressive, actually. The instinct to hold position overrode the instinct towards self-preservation. That's the training working as designed. Vader had not moved from the viewport. Virek was aware of this the way he was always aware of where Vader was in any room. A kind of peripheral attention, the way you track something in low light without looking directly at it. The Lord's presence was a gravitational thing. It bent the room toward itself. "My lord," Virek said. "The rebel frigate is disabled. The ace is confirmed destroyed. 42 units, lost, which is within acceptable," Vader said. He did not turn from the viewport. Outside the transparasteel, the cube was rotating back into its transit configuration, the nodes locking into their positions one by one, the geometric mass reconstituting against the amber-lit gas giant with the patience of something that had never been in any hurry. In the field of drifting debris there was very little to see. No heroic wreckage spinning against the stars, just small pieces of things dispersing. The rebel commander was skilled, Virek offered. He was not certain why he offered it. Yes, Vader said. He was perhaps the finest pilot in the Alliance fleet. He was the finest individual pilot in the Alliance fleet. A pause. That is no longer a meaningful category. Virek said nothing. The individual who excels, Vader continued, still facing the viewport, is the individual who has identified a weakness in the opposing structure. He has spent his career finding the cracks. The pilot who flinches, the commander who hesitates, the formation that breaks under pressure. He has trained himself to see those cracks because they are real. They exist. Every system built by individual ambition contains them. He paused. Remove the individual ambition. The cracks disappear. Behind them, Solvane was still writing. Flight Officer Krell, Vader said. Node 642. Virek checked his display. He's in the bay, debriefing. He held coordinate when the rebel's engine overload threatened his position. Yes, my lord. He didn't flinch. No, my lord. Is he exceptional? Virek pulled up Kreel's file. Academy record. Average. Simulation scores. Average. Personal assessment from his squadron commander. Follows instructions precisely. No leadership qualities. No initiative. Unlikely to distinguish himself. No, Virek said. By any measure he is entirely unremarkable. Then the system is working, Vader said. He finally turned from the viewport. His face was, as always, the mask, that black expressionless thing that Virek had long since stopped trying to read. But there was something in the set of his shoulders, some tension that was not quite triumph, and not quite satisfaction, but perhaps the particular stillness of a man watching a proof complete itself. Individualism is a weakness, he said. Not loudly, not to Virek particularly, to the room, or to himself, or to the rotating cube outside. I have known this for a long time. It is gratifying to demonstrate it. He walked toward the lift without waiting for a response. Solvane continued annotating. Virek stood at his console and looked at the debris field, and thought about a pilot he'd never met who had died alone at the centre of a perfect machine, and the thought he could not quite clear from his mind was this, that the pilot had understood it, in those last seconds, had seen the whole shape of the thing that had trapped him, and named it accurately, and offered that name to the void as his final act. They removed the pilot. Yes, Virek thought, that was precisely right. He was not certain whether it was the machine or the man who had said the more terrible thing. In the hangar bay of the obdurate Flight Officer Darren Krell removed his helmet. He sat on the edge of his fighter's access ladder, and a technician wiped scorch marks from the port panel, and the hangar was full of the ordinary noise of maintenance. Tools, hydraulics, the cooling tick of stressed metal. Around him, the other pilots of the lattice were doing the same thing, removing helmets, accepting water, sitting in the particular silence of people who had been somewhere very loud and were now somewhere very quiet. Krell looked at his hands. He was checking them for tremor, he supposed, the way he'd always check them after engagements. They were steady. He had been terrified of this assignment when it came. The lattice protocol had been explained to him in terms that sounded in the briefing. Room like a sentence. You will hold your coordinate. You will not deviate. You will not pursue. You will not improvise. Everything his training had told him an engagement required, judgment, initiative, the will to act, was being surgically removed from him and replaced with a single instruction. Be where you're told to be. He'd spent the first simulation runs in a cold sweat. The first leave engagement, a rebel supply convoy, easy targets, over in minutes, had left him shaking for an hour afterward. Not because it was dangerous, because it wasn't. Because he'd been afraid, and then he'd held his coordinate and the system had handled the danger without requiring anything from him except presence, and afterward the fear had been replaced by something he didn't have a name for yet. Today he had held his coordinate when a pilot tried to overload his engine and ram him. He had watched the approach and held the coordinate. He had not been brave. Brave was a word for people who overcame fear. He had not overcome fear. The coordinate had made fear irrelevant. He had been afraid and also in position, and both things were true, and only one of them mattered. The technician finished with the scorch marks and moved on to the next fighter. Krell looked at his assignment screen. His coordinate had already updated. 642. The same node. The system did not reassign nodes after engagements unless structurally necessary. He was 642. He would be 642 in the next engagement. He would advance when told, and fire when told, and hold when told, and the system would handle the rest. A pilot nearby was crying quietly. Krell looked at him and looked away. He didn't know his name. He knew his node. 471. Some pilots were struggling with the dissolution of self that the lattice required. He'd heard them at night, in the barracks. I don't know what I'm doing here anymore. I don't know who I'm fighting for. I don't know what I am. Krell found this puzzling. He knew exactly what he was. He was Node 642. He was a coordinate in a system that worked. That was a more honest answer than anything his previous life had offered him. The Outer Rim upbringing, the academy that had processed him and found him average, the career that had promised significance and delivered routine. He had spent 24 years being himself, and himself had not amounted to much. Being 642 was simple. Being 642, he was part of something that was never going to lose. He put his helmet down on the deck and accepted a cup of water from the maintenance droid and drank it. Somewhere in the debris field outside there were the remains of a man who had been the finest individual pilot in the Rebel Alliance. Krell did not know his name. He had not known his name during the engagement. It had not been relevant information. He had not been fighting a man. He had been occupying a coordinate. The man had entered his coordinates firing. Solution at the designated moment, and the system had handled the rest. Outside, in the void, another swarm was unfolding from the destroyer shadow. Not for this engagement. This engagement was over. For the next one. It was already rotating into position, its geometry tightening from transit configuration to combat configuration, the nodes locking in one by one with the quiet regularity of a heartbeat. Not to chase anyone, not to duel anyone, only to advance into the next sector and the next, and erase. In the contested sectors of the Outer Rim, Rebel pilots began filing a new category of report, not about tactics or casualties or strategic objectives, about something harder to name. The reports described Imperial formations that did not behave like formations, that did not break, did not chase, did not respond to any of the established provocations. That simply arrived and closed, and when they were gone, there was nothing left where the rebellion had been. The reports were marked urgent and forwarded up the chain. No one in Rebel High Command had a useful response. They were still thinking about it in terms of pilots. Spacetime's architect. John Duncan's fingers traced the delicate equations sprawled across his office whiteboard at MIT, each variable and constant flowing into the next like tributaries joining a mighty river. The soft hum of quantum processors filled the evening air as simulations ran endlessly in the background, testing and retesting his calculations. He paused, pressing his forehead against the cool surface of the board. Behind him, Boston's skyline glittered through the window, its buildings crowned with the telltale blue glow of zero-point energy reactors, a sight that would have seemed impossible just a decade ago in 2084. "You're doing it again, Johnny," a familiar voice called from the doorway. "Getting lost in those numbers like your old man used to." John turned to find Mira Blackwood leaning against the doorframe, her NASA credentials reflecting the harsh fluorescent light. Her expression carried the same mixture of concern and amusement it always did when she caught him working late. "The simulation's almost done," he said, gesturing to the holographic display that filled half his office. "I think I've finally found it, Mira. The bridge between quantum mechanics and general relativity. It's beautiful." Mira crossed the room, her eyes scanning the equations. Despite her expertise in aerospace engineering, even she struggled to follow the complexity of John's work. "Your grandfather would say you're thinking too much with your head and not enough with your heart." The mention of his grandfather sent John's mind drifting back to those summer months spent in the wilderness. He could almost smell the pine needles, feel the rough bark beneath his fingers as Chaska taught him to track, to survive, to become one with the land. The old man's words echoed in his memory. "The universe speaks to us in many languages, grandson. Numbers are just one of them." John's hand unconsciously moved to the medicine pouch he wore, beneath his shirt, a gift from Chaska on his 18th birthday. Inside was a single eagle feather and a small piece of red pipestone from the quarries sacred to the Sioux. Even here, in the heart of MIT's advanced physics complex, he kept that connection to his heritage. The quantum processor chimed, pulling him back to the present. The simulation was complete. "My God," Mira whispered, staring at the results floating before them. "John, is this—" He nodded, his heart racing. "The unification theory. But it's more than that, Mira. These equations don't just describe space-time. They show us how to manipulate it." The holographic display showed a three-dimensional representation of his calculations, a perfect marriage of quantum fields and gravitational forces. What had started as a simple attempt to reconcile Einstein's work with quantum mechanics had evolved into something far more profound. "The Duncan equation," Mira said softly, testing the words. "They'll remember this moment, you know, the day physics changed forever." John barely heard her. His mind was already racing ahead, seeing the implications unfold like a cosmic flower blooming. With this equation, humanity could harness vacuum energy, stabilize negative mass fields, and potentially achieve faster-than-light travel. It was the key to the stars themselves. But something else nagged at him, a warning that seemed to come from deep in his bones. His grandfather had taught him that every gift from the universe came with responsibility, with the need for wisdom in its use. The equations before him held power beyond imagining, power that could reshape reality itself. The office door hissed open again, and Dr. Malcolm Duncan strode in, his silver hair dishevelled and his eyes bright with excitement. "The monitoring system flagged your results," he said, barely containing his enthusiasm. "Show me." As John began explaining his breakthrough to his father, he couldn't shake the feeling that he stood at a crossroads. In bridging the gap between quantum mechanics and general relativity, he had also bridged the two worlds that defined him, the rational scientific realm of his father and the spiritual intuitive wisdom of his grandfather. The sun set over Boston, casting long shadows through the office windows. In the gathering darkness, the equations glowed like ancient runes, holding secrets that would change the course of human history. John Duncan, the man who walked between worlds, had unlocked the fundamental language of the universe itself, and somewhere, in the back of his mind, he heard his grandfather's voice, carrying a warning. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. The Grand Lecture Hall at ITMO University in St. Petersburg hummed with anticipation. Holographic displays flickered in the air, showing John's equation from multiple angles as he addressed the assembled crowd of the world's leading physicists and military officials. The implications are clear, John said, his voice carrying through the ancient hall. We're not just describing space-time anymore. We're learning to speak its language, to reshape its very fabric. He gestured to the elegant mathematics floating before him, each symbol pulsing with soft blue light. In the front row, Dr. Elena Petrov leaned forward, her eyes sharp and calculating. Behind her stern expression, John caught a glimpse of something else, concern, perhaps even fear. She understood, more than most, what his equation truly meant. The questions came rapid fire after his presentation. John handled them all with practiced ease, even as he noticed General Vasily Orlov in the back of the hall speaking quietly into his neural comm unit. The General's cybernetic augmentations glinted in the low light, standard issue for Russian military command. Dr. Duncan, Eleanor stood, her voice cutting through the excited murmur of the crowd. Have you considered the implications if your equation fell into the wrong hands? The potential for weaponization? The hall fell silent. John touched the medicine pouch beneath his shirt, drawing strength from it as his grandfather had taught him. Knowledge itself is neutral, Dr. Petrov. It's how we choose to use it that matters. My equation could give us clean energy, faster than light travel, a path to the stars themselves. Or yes, it could be weaponized. That choice belongs to all of us. Later, in his hotel room overlooking the Neva River, John stood at the window watching autonomous drones patrol the night sky. The city had changed since his last visit. More neural interface stations, more security checkpoints, more signs of a world racing toward a technological singularity it might not be ready for. His tablet chimed with an incoming message from Mira. Pentagon's going crazy over your presentation. Half the physics community is calling you the new Einstein. The other half thinks you're going to destroy the universe. Miss you, dinosaur. Come home soon. John smiled at her use of their old joke about his refusal to get neural implants. He preferred to rely on his natural abilities, a choice that made him increasingly rare in academic circles. His grandfather's teachings about maintaining connection to one's true self had always resonated more deeply than the promise of technological enhancement. The attack came without warning. The room's smart systems went dark first, plunging him into total darkness. John's body reacted before his mind could process what was happening, muscle memory from countless hours of training with his grandfather taking over. He dropped and rolled as the window exploded inward, fragments of smart glass raining down where he had stood moments before. Dark figures poured through the breach, their movement betraying military training. Their combat suits absorbed light, making them nearly invisible to the naked eye. But John didn't need to see them. He could feel their presence, sense their movement through the air as Chaska had taught him. He managed to disable two before a third caught him with some kind of neural disruptor. The world spun, his consciousness fragmenting like light through a prism. As darkness claimed him, John heard General Orlov's voice. Carefully with him. His mind is what we need. The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was his tablet, still displaying Mira's message. Below it, a single line of his equation glowed in the darkness, the mathematical expression for bending space itself. He awoke to the cold. Even before opening his eyes, John knew he was no longer in St. Petersburg. The air held a different quality, thinner, sharper, with a distinct bite of Siberian winter. His grandfather had taught him to read the air this way, to let it tell its story. Ah, Dr. Duncan, welcome back to consciousness. General Orlov's voice carried the artificial warmth of someone used to interrogations. I apologize for the theatrical nature of your arrival, but we have much to discuss about your remarkable equation. John opened his eyes to find himself in a sterile white room. Through a reinforced window he could see snow-covered forests stretching to the horizon. Somewhere in Siberia then, far from any help. Your equation is brilliant, Orloff continued, but incomplete. You've held back crucial elements in your publication. We need the full theory. The equation published is complete, John replied, his voice rough. The rest is just engineering. Orloff's cybernetic eye whirred as it focused on him. We both know that's not true. You've discovered something profound about the nature of reality itself. Something that could give Russia the advantage it needs in this new technological Cold War. As Orloff spoke, John's mind was already racing, cataloguing details about his surroundings, the vibration of heavy machinery far below them, the slight hesitation in the guards' movements suggesting they were receiving orders through neural implants, the way the snowflakes fell outside telling him wind patterns and temperature, all the things his grandfather had taught him to observe, to read like a story written in the world itself. The same instincts that had helped him unlock the mysteries of space-time would now need to help him survive. You have two choices, Dr. Duncan, Orloff said, his artificial smile never wavering. Cooperate and help us understand every aspect of your discovery, or... He let the threat hang unspoken in the air. John met his gaze steadily, feeling the weight of the medicine pouch against his chest. He thought of his grandfather's words. Sometimes the greatest strength is in knowing when to bend like the river around the stone. Outside, the Siberian winter howled, and somewhere in the vast white expanse destiny waited. 3 weeks of interrogation had taught John the facility's rhythms, the guard rotation, patterns, the slight power fluctuation when the quantum containment field cycled, the blind spots in the neural-linked surveillance system, but most importantly he had learned patience, just as his grandfather had taught him during those long hunting trips in his youth. The deer does not choose when to run, Chaska had said. It waits for the moment to present itself. That moment came during a midnight power transition, when the facility's quantum cores switched from primary to secondary systems. In the brief second of darkness, John was already moving. The guard's neural implants would be momentarily offline, their enhanced reactions dulled to merely human speeds. He had prepared carefully, studying the facility's layout through careful observation and the subtle hints dropped by Elena Petrov during her visits. She had never openly helped him, but her careful positioning during their conversations had told him everything he needed to know about the building structure. The first guard went down silently, a precise strike to the neural port at the base of his skull, a weakness in all augmented soldiers. The second barely had time to reach for his weapon before John was on him, using the close-quarters combat techniques that had been drilled into him since childhood. In the wild there is no room for hesitation, his grandfather's voice echoed in his memory. Act with certainty, or do not act at all. The facility's alarms began to scream as John raced through the corridors, his bare feet silent on the cold floor. He had timed it perfectly. The night shift was at its minimum strength, and the brutal Siberian winter outside would make them think twice about a prolonged pursuit. He found what he needed in a storage room, basic cold weather gear, enough to give him a fighting chance against the elements. The rest he would have to acquire the way his grandfather had taught him, from the land itself. The outer door's quantum lock took precious seconds to hack, using a bypass sequence he had derived from his own equations. As it finally slid open, the bitter Siberian wind hit him like a physical blow. Behind him, he could hear the heavy boots of the security response team. John didn't hesitate. He plunged into the darkness, letting the snow swallow him whole. The first night was the hardest. The temperature dropped well below freezing, and the facility's searchlights painted the snow-covered landscape in harsh relief. Drones buzzed overhead, their thermal scanners searching for any sign of human heat signatures. But John had learned from the best. He packed himself into a snow cave, using the thermal properties of snow itself to mask his body heat, a trick learned during those long winters with Chaska. As he huddled in the darkness, he recited his grandfather's teachings like a mantra. The cold is not your enemy. It is simply another language of the earth. Learn to speak it, and it will shelter you, dawn brought. New challenges. The facility had deployed their elite Spetsnaz hunters, men and women trained in Arctic warfare and equipped with the latest tracking technology. Their neural implants would allow them to process environmental data in real time, making them formidable predators. But John had advantages they couldn't match. Where they relied on technology, he read the wind and snow directly. Where their augmented vision searched for heat signatures, he looked for the subtle signs of animal movement that would lead him to food and shelter. He moved at night when possible, navigating by the stars as his ancestors had done for countless generations. During the day, he became a ghost, using every trick Chaska had taught him to move without leaving traces. He fashioned snares from available materials, caught small game, and used every part as the old ways demanded. Weeks turned into months. Spring came, bringing new challenges and opportunities. The melting snow made tracking easier for his pursuers, but also provided him with more resources. He learned the patterns of the land, the movements of the animals, the subtle changes in weather that could mean the difference between life and death. The isolation should have broken him. Instead, it crystallized something in his mind. During the long nights in makeshift shelters, he found himself working through his equations, seeing them in a new light. The mathematical language he had discovered to describe spacetime began to mirror the natural patterns he observed in his survival. All things are connected, Chaska had told him. The path of the eagle in the sky follows the same laws as the atoms in your body. Learn to see the patterns, and you will never truly be lost. One night, sheltering in a cave while a spring storm raged outside, John had an epiphany. His equations weren't just describing space-time, they were describing the fundamental patterns of reality itself. The same principles that governed quantum fields also governed the flow of rivers, the growth of plants, the migration of animals. He began scratching calculations into the cave wall with a piece of charcoal, the mathematics flowing from him in a burst of inspiration. This was what had been missing from his original equation, the understanding that came not from pure intellect, but from direct communion with the natural world. 6 months into his escape, he encountered his first major setback. A drone sweep caught him in the open, and within hours the hunters were closing in. He found himself trapped between a rushing river and advancing search parties, their neural interfaces giving them perfect coordination in the fading light. In that moment, John remembered one of his grandfather's most important lessons. Sometimes survival means letting go of your fears and trusting the river to carry you. He dived into the icy waters, letting the current take him. The hunters would expect him to fight against it to try to reach the nearest shore. Instead, he surrendered to the flow, letting it carry him far beyond their search perimeter. As autumn painted the Siberian landscape in brilliant colours, John had become something more than either the scientist or the survivalist he had been. He was both and neither, a man who had learned to see the universe in its totality, from the quantum scale to the cosmic, from the mathematical to the spiritual. The pursuing forces had decreased over time, but they hadn't given up. Orloff was still out there, driven by the desire to control the power of the Duncan equation. But John had learned patience. He knew that, like all things in nature, his journey would reach its conclusion when the time was right. On a clear night, as the aurora borealis danced overhead, John looked up at the stars and smiled. In his head, the equations that could bend space itself had evolved. Informed by months of living in harmony with the natural world, he knew now that he had only begun to understand the true implications of his discovery. The border with Mongolia was still weeks away, but John Duncan was no longer running. He was following the path that the universe itself had laid out for him, one step at a time. The lights of Ulaanbaatar appeared on the horizon like stars emerging at dusk. After 13 months in the wilderness, the sight of civilization was almost jarring to John. He stood on a ridge overlooking the Mongolian capital, his clothes worn and weather-beaten, his beard long and wild. The medicine pouch still hung around his neck, the one piece of his old life that had stayed with him through everything. During his final push to the Mongolian border, he had evaded 3 separate drone sweeps and a last-ditch attempt by Orlov's forces to intercept him. But the skills honed over months of survival had served him well. As his grandfather always said, "The hunter who chases 2 deer catches neither." The Russians had spread their forces too, thin, trying to predict his movements with technology rather than understanding. The US Embassy rose from the city centre, its quantum shielding creating a subtle distortion in the air around it. Inside those walls waited safety, contact with home, and a return to his old life. Yet John hesitated. "You look troubled, my friend," came a voice behind him. John turned to find an elderly Mongolian herder approaching, leading a horse. The man's eyes held the same wisdom John had often seen in his grandfather's. "The path forward isn't always as clear as the path that led here," John replied. The old man nodded. "The eagle must return to earth to feed, but it never forgets the sky." He offered John a ride into the city, an act of kindness that brought tears to his eyes. The embassy's security system scanned him thoroughly as he entered, their quantum sensors probing for any signs of technological tampering or coercion. The staff's eyes widened as they confirmed his identity, John Duncan, the physicist who had vanished in Russia over a year ago. Within hours he was cleaned up, debriefed, and speaking with familiar faces through secure quantum channels. Mira's hologram appeared before him, her hand instinctively reaching out before remembering the limitation of the technology. "You crazy dinosaur," she said, her voice breaking. "We thought, when we lost contact—" "I had good teachers," John replied, touching the medicine pouch, "both scientific and spiritual." His father's call was more complex. Malcolm Duncan had aged years in the months of his son's absence, his hair now completely white. "Your equation," he said without preamble. "During your captivity, I've been working on it. There's something we missed, isn't there? Something about the fundamental nature of reality itself." John smiled. "The mathematics was only part of it, Dad. Out there, surviving in the wilderness, I learned to see the patterns that connect everything. The equations don't just describe reality. They reveal its underlying harmony." Back at MIT 2 weeks later, John stood in his old office, now cluttered with a year's worth of papers analysing his work. The academic world had not stood still in his absence. Teams worldwide had been exploring the implications of the Duncan equation, pushing the boundaries of what was thought possible. But they were all missing the crucial insight he had gained in the wilds of Siberia. The equation wasn't just about manipulating space-time. It was about understanding humanity's place within it. Late that night, after the quantum processors had been shut down and the labs had emptied, John began to write. His fingers flew across the holographic interface as he poured out everything he had learned. The mathematics flowed naturally now, informed by both his scientific knowledge and the deep wisdom he had gained from his time in the wilderness. The new version of his equation was both simpler and more profound. It showed how vacuum energy could be harnessed not through brute force, but through harmony with the natural fluctuations of space-time itself. The path to faster-than-light travel wasn't about conquering physics. It was about understanding our place within it. As he worked, he felt the presence of both his teachers with him. His father's rigorous scientific training helped him structure the mathematics, while his grandfather's spiritual wisdom guided him in seeing the larger patterns. For the first time, the two sides of his heritage were in perfect balance. Mira found him there at dawn, surrounded by floating equations that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. "You've done it, haven't you?" she asked, studying the elegant mathematics before her. "You found the key to actual faster-than-light travel." John nodded, but his expression was troubled. "The question isn't whether we can do it, Mira. It's whether we're ready for what we'll find out there." Reports were already coming in about various governments and corporations racing to weaponize different aspects of his original equation. Russia, China, the United States, they all saw it as a tool for dominance rather than understanding. But John had learned something essential during his year in the wilderness. True power came not from control, but from harmony. The same principles that had helped him survive in Siberia would now guide humanity's first steps to the stars. He thought of his grandfather's words, "Every journey changes the traveller. The question is, are you ready to become what the journey needs you to be?" Looking at the completed equation floating before him, John Duncan knew that his greatest journey was just beginning. The experimental deep space vessel Horizon hung in Neptune's orbit like a strange metallic arrow, its modular design unlike anything humanity had built before. The ship's distinctive profile was dominated by the massive toroidal quantum containment rings that encircled its central hull, designed to channel and stabilize exotic matter flow. The experimental craft's crystalline navigation array glinted in the distant sunlight, creating prismatic distortions through its quantum shielding. In the ship's engineered heart, a spherical chamber specifically designed to handle the intense space-time distortions of a warp field, John Duncan made final adjustments to the experimental warp core, the culmination of his revised equation. "Final diagnostics are green," Mira reported from her station, her voice tight with anticipation. She had insisted on being here for this moment, despite the risks. The containment fields are holding steady. Through the reinforced viewport, Neptune's blue disk dominated the view, a reminder of how far they'd come and how far they had yet to go. The station had been built in secret over the past year, funded by a coalition of independent scientists and researchers who shared John's vision of exploration over exploitation. "Dr. Duncan," Elena Petrov's voice came through the quantum comm. She had defected from Russia 6 months ago, bringing with her crucial insights into how Orlov planned to weaponize the original equation. "The vacuum energy readings are approaching optimal levels." John studied the holographic displays surrounding him, each one showing a different aspect of the experiment. The mathematics was elegant, beautiful in its simplicity, but more than that, it was right. He could feel it in the same way he had learned to feel the changing weather during his year in the wilderness. "Your grandfather would be proud," his father's voice crackled through the comm from Earth. Malcolm Duncan had undergone a profound change since his son's return, finally embracing the wisdom that existed beyond pure science. "He always said you would find your own path." John touched the medicine pouch that still hung around his neck. Inside, along with the eagle feather and pipestone, he had added a small piece of Siberian pine bark, a reminder of the lessons learned during his year of survival. "Beginning final power-up sequence," he announced, his fingers dancing across the control interface. "Initiating vacuum energy extraction." The warp core hummed to life, its crystalline structure pulsing with an inner light that seemed to bend reality around it. This was the crucial moment. Either his revised equation would work, creating a stable warp field, or... Warning klaxons suddenly blared through the station. "Multiple ships dropping out of stealth," Mira shouted. "Russian, Chinese and American signatures. They must have tracked our quantum signatures." John's hands remained steady on the controls. He had known this moment might come. The world's powers had been searching for him ever since he disappeared from MIT 6 months ago, each hoping to claim his discovery for themselves. "They're demanding we shut down the experiment," Elena reported, her voice grim. "Orlov is leading the Russian contingent personally." Through the viewport, John could see the ships approaching, sleek predators swimming through the void. Even now they were preparing to fire the weapons he had helped them create, each nation willing to risk everything to control the power of his equation. "John," Mira said softly, using his first name for the first time in years. "We're out of time." He looked at the warp core, its light now filling the engineering chamber with impossible colours. The equation that powered it was more than just mathematics. It was a key to understanding humanity's place in the cosmos. But that same equation, in the wrong hands, could tear reality itself apart. "Dad," he said into the comm, "do you remember what you told me when I first started studying physics? About how the greatest discoveries often require the greatest sacrifices?" There was a long pause before Malcolm replied, "I remember, son. I also remember what your grandfather told you about, following the path that the universe itself provides." John smiled. Everything had led to this moment. His dual heritage, his year in the wilderness, the insights gained from both science and survival. He understood now why the equation had come to him and what he had to do with it. "Mira, Eleanor," he said calmly, "initiate emergency protocol Duncan Alpha. Get to the escape pods." "John, no." Mira started to protest, but he cut her off. "The universe is vast," he said, his fingers flying across the controls as he input the final calculations. "And humanity isn't ready for this power. Not yet. But someday." The warp core's light had become almost blinding now, the vacuum energy readings off the scale. John could feel reality beginning to bend around him, just as his equations had predicted. "Son," his father's voice broke, "don't—" "I love you, Dad," John said. "Tell grandfather. Tell him I finally understand what he meant about the eagle in the sky." With a final keystroke, he locked out all external control of the system. The approaching ships were too late. The warp field was already forming, wrapping around the space vessel horizon like a cocoon of distorted space-time. Through the viewport, John watched Mira and Elena's escape pod streak away toward the safety of the other modules. On his screens, he could see Orloff's ships desperately trying to lock weapons on his position, but the warp field was already affecting their targeting systems. In his final moments before activation, John Duncan thought of everything that had led him here. The mathematics that had opened the door to the impossible. The survival skills that had kept him alive in Siberia. The wisdom of two traditions, scientific and spiritual, finally working in harmony. "The journey begins," he whispered. The warp core's crystalline matrix began to pulse with increasing frequency. Its modified geometry, based on Harold White's breakthrough research, reducing the massive energy requirements by orders of magnitude. The quantum vacuum energy extractors activated, drawing power from the zero-point field itself, while the Casimir effect generators created precise negative energy densities in the containment channels. Streams of stabilized exotic matter, John's solution to the negative mass problem, swirled through the carefully calibrated fields. Their negative energy signatures began warping local space-time, creating the impossible geometries predicted by his unified equation. The bridge between quantum mechanics and general relativity that had eluded physicists for generations. John watched in awe as space itself began to fold. Through the viewport, the stars stretched and distorted as the warp field intensified. The core's antimatter injection system engaged, providing the carefully calculated energy burst needed to amplify the quantum vacuum fluctuations. The modified bubble geometry took shape, requiring barely a fraction of the theoretical Jupiter mass. Energy that had once been thought necessary. The quantum gravity sensors showed the impossible, microscopic space-time distortions scaling up to macroscopic levels, proving his theories about vacuum energy interaction with curved space-time. Reality rippled as field strength readings exceeded anything humanity had achieved before, yet remained perfectly controlled within the parameters of his equations. With a silent flash of light that rippled through subspace, the warp bubble fully formed, its stability maintained by the continuous quantum-level manipulations his breakthrough had made possible. For a brief moment, John saw the universe as his equations described it, not just as mathematics, but as a unified dance of quantum fields and gravitational forces, proving that FDL travel wasn't just theoretical but achievable through the precise manipulation of nature's fundamental forces. Then the bubble collapsed inward, taking the space vessel Horizon with it into a realm where Einstein's limitations held no power over the quantum reality beneath. When the light faded, nothing remained but a rapidly dissipating quantum signature and a mystery that would haunt humanity for generations. The first human-made warp drive had worked exactly as designed, representing humanity's first step beyond the light barrier through the perfect union of theoretical physics and technological innovation. Years later, long after the Neptune station had been converted into humanity's first faster-than-light research facility, a signal would be detected from deep space. It contained no words, no images, just a simple mathematical sequence, an elegant proof that built upon the Duncan equation, showing humanity the next step on its journey to the stars. And in that message, those who knew how to look would find something else. The wisdom that true power comes not from conquering the universe, but from learning to live in harmony with it. For John Duncan, the man who had bridged worlds had become something new. Humanity's first explorer of the infinite, guided by both the precision of physics and the wisdom of his ancestors, forever walking the path between the known and the unknown. The eagle had found its sky at last. The compass of a fallen star. The year of our Lord 1798 was, for a man of reason, a crucible. From the lecture hall of the University of Edinburgh, I, Professor Alistair MacGregor, saw the world as a grand and elegant clockwork, its gears governed by observable laws, its future propelled by the engine of logic. The revolutionary fervour spilling from France, the pamphlets screaming of conspiracy and shadow governments, these were but the grinding of ill-fitted cogs, the hysterical symptoms of a society struggling to shed the skin of superstition. Gentlemen, I would declaim to my students of natural philosophy, history is not a ghost story. It is a science. It is driven by economics, by politics, by the measurable tides of human ambition, not by secret societies and phantoms in the dark. I believed it with every fibre of my being. My ordered world began its slow fracture on a damp Tuesday in October. An invitation arrived, delivered by a silent courier. The parchment was heavy, the ink a deep, lustrous black. But it was the seal that held my attention, a waxen emblem of a compass and a square, symbols I recognised from the architectural guilds, but here imbued with a solemn, almost ecclesiastical gravity. It was an invitation to a private gathering of the local Masonic lodge. My intellectual pride, that most subtle of vices, was piqued. To dismiss such things from the podium was one thing. To observe them with a scientist's eye was another entirely. The lodge was a world unto itself, hidden behind the unassuming facade of a building I had passed 1,000 times. Inside, the air was thick with incense and the low hum of ritual. I saw men I knew, judges, merchants, even a fellow professor, their faces made alien by the flickering candlelight and the gravity of their ceremonial aprons. It was a tableau of arcane theatre, a living relic of a pre-Enlightenment age. I felt the smug detachment of the anthropologist observing a primitive rite. After the ceremony, a man named Brother Thomas, his face a roadmap of aged wisdom, took me aside. "Professor MacGregor," he said, his voice a low conspiratorial whisper, "we value a sceptical mind. It sharpens the faith of those around it. Allow me to present you with a philosophical puzzle. He produced a single vellum page, a transcript from what he called a rare Rosicrucian text, the Fama Fraternitatis. It spoke in riddles of a house of the Holy Spirit, a brotherhood dedicated to a silent reformation of the world. Mere allegory, of course, Thomas said with a thin smile, a relic of a more credulous time. That night, in the solitary comfort of my study, I treated the text not as allegory, but as a cipher. The discipline of my mind, honed on Newton and Locke, bent itself to this new task. By the time the first grey light of dawn touched my window, I had shattered the code. My blood ran cold. This was no philosophical tract. It was a blueprint. I saw the name Adam Weishaupt, a figure I knew only from the most rabid anti-revolutionary pamphlets. Here, his words were revered. The document outlined a strategy for what he termed illuminated Freemasonry, a plan not for harmless fraternity, but for a global insurgency with a singular, terrifying goal: to root out all of the religious establishments and overturning all the existing governments of Europe. My hands trembled. The clockwork of my universe had just skipped a beat. It was surely a forgery, an elaborate historical prank designed to frighten fools. But the mathematical precision of the cipher, the cold logic of its structure, it was undeniable. I sat there, the document spread before me, my world of reason warring with a chilling, encroaching dread. The war would not last long. I awoke hours later, slumped in my chair to find my study in disarray. The fire was cold, the door ajar, and my notes, the pages where I had painstakingly revealed the cipher's grim secrets, were gone. The original text, however, lay untouched on my desk, a silent, mocking invitation to a game I now knew was terrifyingly real. The violation of my study was a violation of my soul. My sanctuary of reason, of books and ordered thought, had been breached by a force that left no trace but a gaping void where my certainty used to be. A primal panic, an instinct I thought I had long since suppressed through intellectual discipline, seized me. I had to find Brother Thomas. I found him in a dim-lit public house. His avuncular wisdom curdled into stark terror. He flinched at my approach, his eyes darting towards the door. "You were not supposed to solve it," he hissed, his hand shaking so violently he spilled his ale. "It was a test of loyalty, not intellect." "A test for what?" I demanded, my voice low and urgent. "The inner circle," he breathed, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. "The order of death. They are not like us, Professor. They are the architects behind the stage." He spoke of a conspiracy so vast it defied imagination, a plan orchestrated not for fraternity, but for absolute dominion. Before he could elaborate, two figures detached themselves from the tavern shadows. They were dressed in dark, severe coats, their faces impassive, their movements economical and predatory. They flanked Thomas, their presence sucking the warmth from the room. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a final desperate plea. "The skull and bones," he whispered, a thread of a voice. "They use the protocols to blame the Jews. But the plan is their own." Then they were gone, melting back into the Edinburgh mist with their captive, leaving me alone with his cryptic, terrifying legacy. I was now a fugitive in my own city. The familiar Masonic symbols carved into the lintels and keystones of Edinburgh's grand buildings no longer looked like quaint historical details. They seemed like the eyes of a hidden beast watching me. I remembered Thomas mentioning a final failsafe, a key to the archive. A small brass key he had pressed into my palm during our first meeting, which I had dismissed as part of the Masonic theatre. A scribbled address led me not to a grand institution, but to a dusty, forgotten bookbinder's shop. The key opened a door behind a false wall of shelving, revealing a hidden library, a trove of forbidden knowledge. It was there I found it, an unpublished manuscript by my university colleague John Robison, titled Proofs of a Conspiracy. It was a meticulous academic confirmation of everything Thomas had feared. Robison had documented the Illuminati's infiltration of the Continental Lodges, detailing their methods with chilling clarity, fomenting class wars under the banner of freedom, seizing control of the press to act as a mouthpiece, and installing their agents in positions of power. But it was a folder of maps tucked within the manuscript that stopped my heart. It contained a pristine copy of Pierre L'Enfant's original plan for Washington, D.C., the new capital of the fledgling American Republic. Tucked beside it was a Masonic cipher wheel, its symbols matching those in Robison's text. With trembling hands, I aligned the cipher over the map. The streets, squares, and circles of the planned city resolved into a perfect blasphemous shape, an inverted pentagram, its lowest point piercing the grounds of the future White House. The geometry was too precise to be coincidence. This was architecture as a cult ritual. As I stared, another layer of the cipher revealed itself. It spoke of a second Jerusalem, not a city, but a subterranean chamber, a vault, and within that vault, a worshipful master's chair, waiting to be installed beneath the dome of the yet unbuilt capital, a throne for a coming king, a world leader who would rule from the heart of this new, engineered empire. The hunt began in earnest. The men who pursued me were not the local constabulary. They were spectres, moving with a purpose that transcended mere law enforcement. I caught a glimpse of an emblem on one of their lapels, a small silver pin of a skull with two crossed bones, the Order of Death. Brother Thomas's final, panicked warning now had a face. Every shadow in the cobbled alleys of Edinburgh seemed to hold them. My academic life was over, burned to the ground along with my belief in a rational world. My only hope was to flee, to cross the Atlantic and expose the conspiracy in the very nation they sought to make their throne. The sea voyage was a purgatory of salt spray and soul-searching. Stripped of my library and the comforting armour of my academic certainties, I had only the few occult texts I had managed to save from Robison's collection. I read them now not as a historian, but as a terrified believer. The Rosicrucian manifestos, Weishaupt's doctrines. They were no longer abstract theories. They were the operating manuals of the men who hunted me. In the howling void of the open ocean I found myself doing something I had not done since childhood. I prayed. It was not the elegant philosophical prayer to a distant clockmaker god, but a raw, desperate plea for deliverance from a tangible and profound evil. My transformation was hastened by an encounter with a fellow passenger, a German watchmaker named Klaus, fleeing the political turmoil in his homeland. Seeing the books I carried, he confided in me in hushed tones. He spoke of a secret society born in the halls of Yale College in America, an offshoot of the German Illuminati. He spoke of their chilling philosophy, a dark interpretation of Hegel. They believed that history was a thesis, to be opposed by a manufactured antithesis, a war, a revolution, a financial collapse. From the ashes of that conflict they would build their synthesis, a new world order, born from chaos of their own making. "They do not take sides," Klaus whispered, his eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. "They create the sides," his words were, a key, unlocking another layer of the Washington, D.C. map. I saw it clearly now, the grand avenues forming the legs of a Masonic compass, the White House and Capitol building its pivot points. The second Jerusalem was not a metaphor, it was a physical place, a vault for unholy relics designed to anoint and empower the figurehead of this new order. The master's chair was a literal throne for the man they would install, a man the scriptures might call Antichrist. I arrived in Philadelphia, the temporary capital, a man reborn into a nightmare. The city buzzed with the energy of a new nation, but I saw only the conspiracy's tendrils. My attempts to warn members of Congress were met with polite, dismissive smiles. I was treated as a madman, a purveyor of the very European hysteria they claimed their republic was founded to escape. My efforts were further thwarted by a journalist from a prominent gazette, a man whose questions were too pointed, whose scepticism was too polished. He was, one of them, an agent of the press placed there to discredit, to control the narrative. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. Washington, D.C. was not yet a city. It was a wound in the earth, a mire of mud, felled trees, and naked ambition. The grand avenues on L'Enfant's map were little more than rutted tracks, and the great buildings were skeletal scaffolds clawing at a grey sky. It felt like a place outside of time, a primordial landscape where a new world was being birthed, and I feared I knew the nature of its soul. I made my way to the construction site of the capital. There, half submerged in the mud, was the cornerstone. A brief inquiry with the stonemasons confirmed my fears. It had been laid months prior in a full Masonic ceremony, a ritualistic claiming of the nation's symbolic heart. Time was running out. It was there, in the shadow of the nascent dome, that he found me. He was not a brute or a common thug. He was impeccably dressed, his English accent honed in the halls of Yale, his demeanour one of chilling intellectual calm. He introduced himself only as the Patriarch. "Professor McGregor," he began, his voice devoid of menace, yet carrying an absolute authority. "You have been a most persistent anomaly, a testament to the untidiness of the human intellect." He explained the Order's creed with the dispassionate air of a biologist explaining the behaviour of insects. Humanity, he said, was a rudderless beast, driven by base passion and fear. It did not need freedom, it needed shepherds. "We provide the storm and the shelter from it," he said, a faint smile touching his lips. "We fund the revolution and the counter-revolution. We arm both sides of every war. We steer civilization through a sea of chaos of our own design, towards a harbour of absolute order." He spoke of a global state, a synthesis of the efficiencies of capitalism and the controls of communism. It would be a fascist paradise, ruled by an enlightened hereditary elite. Democracy was merely a phase, a tool to dismantle the old monarchies before it too was discarded. And then he made his offer. "Your mind is a rare instrument, Professor. It could be of use to the great work. Join us, or be a footnote in a history that will be written by us, a footnote we can very easily erase." He spoke of the relics, not as myths, but as tools, artifacts of immense psychic power that would be used in a ritual to consecrate the very ground we stood on, preparing it for the arrival of a future leader, a Rex Mundi, a king of the world. My life's work, my unwavering belief in reason, dissolved in the face of this seductive satanic logic. Here was an evil that did not rave like a madman, but lectured like a philosopher. "I will not," I said, the words feeling small and inadequate against the scale of his vision. The Patriarch's smile vanished. A pity. The chase was a desperate scramble through the skeletal framework of the future city. But I had an advantage. The Patriarch had underestimated the power of the very knowledge he had dangled before me. I had memorized the Masonic blueprints. I knew the hidden passages, the unfinished tunnels, the secret symmetries of the construction site. As his agents closed in, I found it, a disguised entrance, a stone slab beneath the Capitol's foundation, exactly where the maps had promised it would be. I slipped into the darkness, the sounds of my pursuers fading behind me. The air that met me was ancient and cold. I descended into the second Jerusalem. It was a vast torch-lit cavern, its architecture subtly wrong, its angles seeming to shift and bend at the edge of my vision. It was a place built according to a geometry not of Euclid, but of nightmare. In the centre of the cavern stood a simple, unadorned stone chair. It seemed to absorb the torchlight, and I felt a faint, sickening vibration emanating from it, a low hum that resonated in my bones. Dozens of figures in dark robes were gathered around it. The skull and bones. They were not here to anoint a leader. Their ritual was one of preparation, a long and patient consecration of this unholy ground for a master who was yet to come. On a crude stone altar lay the relics, yellowed scrolls that seemed to writhe in the flickering light, and a crystalline artifact that pulsed with a soft, malevolent glow like a captured star. The patriarch stood before the altar. "You see, Professor," his voice echoed in the vast chamber, carrying an unnerving calm. "This is not about a single lifetime. This is the great work of ages. We are but the latest in a long line of stewards, tending the garden until the true master arrives to claim his throne." He spoke of their promise to a coming power, a being of immense will who would unite the world under a single iron fist. They were not merely conspirators, they were acolytes, high priests of a dark faith. I knew then that I could not stop them with force. I was one man against centuries of momentum, but I possessed a weapon they had overlooked, a tool of my own vanquished world. Tucked in my satchel was a small, portable printing press, its metal frame heavy with the weight of the Enlightenment. I could not fight them, but I could bear witness. I could print a single page, a manifesto, a declaration. I could expose their symbols, their plot, their very existence. The choice was absolute. To print the page was to announce my presence, to sacrifice my only chance of escape. I would be caught. I would be killed. My name would be erased, just as the patriarch had promised. The alternative was to flee, to save my own skin while the great work continued, unopposed, in the secret heart of the world. It was a choice between my life and the soul of a future I could barely comprehend. It was a choice between the cold calculus of survival and a final, desperate act of faith. Faith that the truth, once set free, could never be fully recaptured. As the patriarch raised the glowing crystal and the cultist chant rose to a fever pitch, a new sound joined their chorus, the rhythmic, mechanical clank, clank, clank of the printing press. It was the sound of reason's last stand. The robed figures turned as one, their faces illuminated by the unholy light of the crystal, were masks of pure fury. The patriarch's eyes met mine across the cavern, his look of intellectual curiosity replaced by one of murderous rage. I pulled the freshly inked page from the press. The ink was still wet, the letters stark against the cheap paper. I held it aloft, a single sheet against an ocean of darkness. It was a declaration of resistance. It was a testament. It was a prayer, cast into the void. In the year 1851, during an expansion of the United States Capitol, a construction worker pried loose a floor stone in a forgotten sub-basement. Beneath it, he found a single, preserved sheet of parchment. Its ink faded, its edges smudged with what might have been dirt or dried blood. It contained a strange amalgam of Masonic symbols, architectural diagrams of the city above, and a frantic handwritten text. The final lines read, "They believe themselves architects of the future, weaving a grand design from shadow and deceit. But truth is not a structure to be built or demolished. It is a seed, and once planted it can shatter any foundation. Let this be my proof. Let this be my faith." Black Ice Horizon. Colonel Austin Mills was already losing control of the boarding operation when the ice cracked in a perfect circle beneath his boots. He froze, not from fear, from training. 43 seconds of EVA remained before his suit's thermal shielding would fail this close to the sun. The ice beneath him shouldn't exist at all. Not here. Not at point 2 astronomical units, where solar radiation could vaporize steel. Yet it did. Through his helmet's polarized visor, the sun consumed half the visible universe. A white-gold furnace that made his retinas ache even through triple-layered filters. The other half belonged to the object. 70 kilometers of engineered frost rotating with deliberate precision, its surface the color of charred bone. Colonel, we're reading thermal fractures propagating from your position. Lieutenant Hannah Idris's voice crackled through solar interference. She was 20 meters away, mag-locked to the same impossible surface, her silhouette warped by heat shimmer. Recommend immediate extraction. Mills studied the circle forming beneath his boots. The crack wasn't random. The edges were too clean, too geometric, like the ice was opening. Negative. Hold position. He keyed the general channel. Pathfinder 9. Confirm visual on surface anomaly. 3 seconds of static. The delay felt longer. Confirmed. Actual. Captain Spencer Pittman's voice from the distant ship carried forced calm. We're seeing it. Whatever that is, it wasn't there 6 minutes ago. Mills' HUD flickered. Solar radiation spiking. His suit compensated, rerouting power from secondary systems. The temperature display climbed. 340 Kelvin. 350. 370. The circle finished forming. 10 meters in diameter, perfectly round. Then the ice inside it simply retracted, not melting, not shattering. It folded inward like living tissue, revealing a hatch of black alloy that absorbed light so completely it looked like a hole cut from reality itself. Jesus Christ, Major Kieran Young's voice came from the perimeter, where the security team maintained overwatch. Mills, tell me you're seeing this. Mills was already moving toward the opening. His boots crunched across frost that shouldn't exist, toward an entrance that had recognized them, or been triggered by them. The science team would want to study the mechanism, document the process, wait for orbital analysis. Mills thought of the salvage operation, the 2 astronauts who died while he waited for better data. Pittman, prep the boarding contingent, 95 personnel, full tactical loadout. We're going in. Sir, we haven't... That's an order, Captain. This object just invited us inside. I'm not waiting for it to change its mind. Mills stared into the darkness beyond the hatch. His own reflection stared back from his visor, a ghost superimposed over the void. We establish a foothold, secure the perimeter, and figure out what the hell this thing is before solar radiation cooks it into scrap. Silence on the channel. Then, understood, Colonel. Boarding party mustering now. ETA 12 minutes. Mills mag-locked himself beside the hatch and checked his oxygen reserve. 37 minutes remaining in his tank. Beyond the opening, darkness extended downward. Or was it upward? His spatial orientation system couldn't determine which direction gravity would pull inside. Lieutenant Idris drifted to his left, her geological survey scanner painting useless data across her forearm display. The ice composition is wrong, sir. It's not water ice. The molecular structure is... I don't even know what I'm looking at. It's like someone engineered it atom by atom. Engineered for what? Protection, maybe. Ablative shielding against solar radiation. But the thermal transfer properties don't make sense. This should have sublimated weeks ago. She looked up at him, her eyes visible through the visors. Transparency. Sir, this ice wants to be here. Mills watched the perfect circle of darkness. Somewhere in his chest, beneath the rational framework of his training, something ancient whispered warnings. He ignored it. Then let's find out why. 90 minutes later, 95 personnel crowded the breach point. Mills had divided them into 3 elements. Security under Major Young, science under Dr. Annika Bose, and engineering under Lieutenant Commander Shaw. Captain Pittman coordinated from Pathfinder 9. maintaining the link between the boarding party and home. Home. Mills checked the timestamp on his HUD. They'd been away from Earth for 7 months. Home was a moving target. All elements, radio check. Security, check. Science, check. Engineering, check. Mills activated his helmet lamp and descended into the hatch. The beam cut through absolute darkness for 3 meters before striking nothing. The light simply stopped, swallowed by whatever material composed the interior surfaces. His brain struggled to process depth. The corridor, if it was a corridor, seemed to curve away at angles that shouldn't be geometrically possible. His boots found purchase on the interior surface. Gravity reasserted itself, pulling him toward what his body decided was down. The sensation was subtle but wrong, like standing on a floor tilted 5 degrees off true, constant enough to notice but too slight to measure. Gravity present, he reported. Approximately 0.8 Earth normal. Orientation stable. The boarding party followed him down, their helmet lamps creating a constellation of useless light in the consuming darkness. Every beam terminated after a few meters, absorbed by walls that didn't reflect. Dr. Bose drifted past him, her scanner sweeping methodically. I'm getting structural readings, but they don't make sense. The walls are metallic, but there's organic compounds mixed into the lattice. And... She paused, tapped her display. There's heat. Uniform thermal signature throughout. This thing is warm. How warm? 18 degrees Celsius. Room temperature. Mills felt his chest tighten. It's been dormant for how long? Based on the ice accumulation pattern? Thousands of years, minimum. Then why is it room temperature? Bose didn't answer. The corridor. Mills had decided to call it a corridor despite its impossible geometry, widened into a chamber. His helmet lamp swept across walls that curved upward and inward, creating a space that felt simultaneously vast and claustrophobic. The ceiling, if there was one, remained invisible beyond the reach of light. Perimeter secure, Young reported. His security team had fanned out in tactical formation, weapons trained on empty darkness. No contacts, no movement, no energy signatures beyond baseline thermal. Mills checked his tactical display. The boarding party had spread throughout the chamber, small clusters of blue indicators against a black wireframe map that updated in real time from their combined scanner data. The map was wrong. The chamber's dimensions shifted depending on which angle the scanners approached from. Walls measured 3 meters thick from one direction, 7 meters from another. The space itself seemed uncertain. Bose, are we looking at spatial distortion? Possibly. Or our instruments aren't calibrated for whatever physics govern this structure. She knelt beside a wall, running her gloved hand across its surface. The material is responding to contact. Temperature increase of 0.2 degrees where I touched it. Mills felt the wrongness intensify. A structure that maintained room temperature after millennia. Walls that warmed to touch. A hatch that opened without visible mechanism. This wasn't derelict. This was waiting. All personnel maintain. The ice sealed behind them. Mills spun toward the entrance. Through the hatch opening he'd been able to see stars, the distant silhouette of Pathfinder 9, the omnipresent, glare of the sun. Now he saw smooth black alloy, seamless and complete, as if the entrance had never existed. Pathfinder 9, do you copy? Static. Pathfinder 9, confirm reception. More static, then Pittman's voice cut through, distorted and broken. Reading massive power spike inside the hull, energy signature consistent with... The transmission died. Mills' HUD flickered. His tactical display fragmented, reformed, fragmented again. Around him, 94 other suits experienced the same cascade failure. Emergency lighting activated across helmets, bathing the chamber in emergency red. Major Young's status. Sir, I'm reading gravitational anomalies throughout the structure. Magnitude increasing. This is... The floor tilted, except it didn't. Mill's inner ear screamed orientation warnings while his eyes reported perfect horizontal stability. Gravity pulled in two directions simultaneously, down toward the floor and sideways toward the wall on his left. His stomach lurched. Around him, personnel staggered. Someone vomited inside their helmet. Someone else collapsed as their equilibrium system overloaded. Everyone maglocked to the nearest surface, now. Mills activated his boot magnets and felt them engage with the floor. The dual gravity sensation intensified. He was standing on stable ground while simultaneously falling sideways at terminal velocity. His brain couldn't reconcile the input. The chamber brightened, not from their helmet lamps, from the walls themselves. Bioluminescent veins traced patterns across the metallic organic surface, pulsing with soft blue-white light. The patterns weren't random. They formed networks, circuits, something that looked disturbingly like neural pathways. "It's waking up," Dr. Bose whispered. Her voice carried across the general channel. "We're inside something that's waking up." Then the constructs emerged. They materialized from the walls, not stepping through, but forming from the material itself. Humanoid shapes composed of the same metallic organic substance, their surfaces rippling with those same bioluminescent patterns. No faces, no weapons, just smooth, featureless forms that moved with liquid precision. "Weapons free," Young's voice cut through rising panic. "Security elements, establish firing lines." "Belay that," Mills countermanded. "Nobody fires unless fired upon. These could be autonomous systems, maintenance protocols." One of the constructs reached toward Lieutenant Idris. She screamed and backpedaled, lost her magnetic footing, and tumbled into zero gravity that suddenly existed 3 meters above the floor. The construct followed her into the impossible space, moving through layered gravitational fields like they were water. "Idris, activate maneuvering jets!" She twisted in mid-tumble, fired her suit's emergency thrusters, and shot toward the far wall. The construct adjusted trajectory with inhuman precision, closing the distance. Young fired. The electromagnetic pulse round struck the construct's center mass and passed straight through, impacting the wall behind it with a shower of sparks. The construct didn't even slow. Suppressive fire, all elements. The chamber erupted in strobing muzzle flashes. EM rounds, plasma bolts and concussive charges filled the space with light and thunder. The constructs moved through the barrage untouched, phasing in and out of solidity. Mills watched his tactical display fracture further. Blue indicators scattered across the wireframe map as personnel broke formation, pursued by constructs that ignored every physical law he understood. This wasn't combat. This was chaos. All elements. Fall back to... He checked the map. There was no secondary position. The entrance had sealed. There were 95 people trapped inside something that didn't want them here. Defensive perimeter. Form on my position. The security team rallied, creating a ring around the science and engineering personnel. The constructs stopped advancing. They hovered at the perimeter's edge, bioluminescent patterns pulsing in synchronization. Waiting. "Cease fire," Mills ordered. "Everyone, cease fire!" The shooting stopped. In the sudden quiet, Mills heard breathing, 95 people pulling oxygen from tanks that were now finite, with no clear path to resupply. The constructs didn't attack. They simply observed. "They're not hostile," Bose said quietly. She'd maglocked herself to a wall, scanner still sweeping despite the chaos. "Look at the pattern. They're mirroring our formation. Defensive posture, not offensive." They chased Idris. No, they intercepted her trajectory. She was moving towards something. Bose checked her scanner. There, that wall panel. It's different from the others. higher energy signature. Mills followed her indication. 20 meters away, barely visible in the bioluminescent glow, a section of wall carried denser circuit patterns, a control interface. Security maintains perimeter. Science team, on me. We're accessing that panel. Young grabbed his arm. Sir, those things nearly killed. They didn't kill her, Major. They stopped her from hitting the panel, which means the panel matters. Mills met Young's eyes through their visors. We're not fighting our way out of this. We're thinking our way out. He mag-walked toward the panel, painfully aware of the constructs tracking his movement. They shifted position as he moved, maintaining precise distance, escorting him. The panel's surface carried symbols that hurt to focus on, geometric forms that seemed to rotate through dimensions Mills couldn't perceive. But beneath the alien script, he recognized something, a handprint, 5 fingers, human scale. They expected us, he said. Impossible. Bose had joined him, her scanner painting the panel with analysis data. This structure predates human spaceflight by millennia. Then they expected someone. Mills placed his gloved hand against the print. The panel activated. Light flooded the chamber. Not bioluminescent glow, but stark white illumination that revealed the true scale of the space. They were standing in a nexus chamber 50 meters across, its walls covered in shifting displays showing star charts, genetic sequences, and information Mills' brain couldn't categorize. At the chamber's center, a holographic projection formed. A sphere. Dark, airless, dead. Overlaid with mathematical projections showing atmosphere composition, temperature curves, orbital mechanics. A planet. That's a restoration projection, Bose breathed. Terraforming parameters, biosphere development timeline. This is a... Captain Soto stared at the tactical display, his mind refusing to process what the sensors were reporting. Sir, the object is... Lieutenant Jones's voice cracked. It's generating a gravitational field, magnitude increasing exponentially. This is... The ice-covered hull began to glow, not from heat, from something else. Space itself warped around the 70-kilometre mass, stars bending and smearing like paint on wet canvas. Get them out, Soto ordered. Emergency extraction. All boarding personnel now. Sir, we've lost all communication with the boarding party. The gravitational distortion is... Space screamed. Not sound. Something deeper. The fabric of reality tearing open around the alien vessel. Through the bridge viewport, Soto watched the impossible happen. The object folded into itself, not shrinking, inverting. As if space had decided the vessel no longer belonged in this dimension and was surgically removing it from existence. Stars swirled, light bent into spirals. The sun's glare fractured into prismatic shards. The entire structure moved, not physically. Mills' body reported perfect stability. But outside, beyond the walls, beyond the impossible ice shell, something fundamental changed. His inner ear registered acceleration that shouldn't exist. His stomach dropped into freefall, while his boots remained magnetically anchored. "Pathfinder 9!" Mills shouted into his comm. "Pathfinder 9, report status." Nothing, not even static. And then, gone. The alien craft vanished. No explosion, no debris, no radiation signature, just empty space where 70 kilometers of ice and metal had existed 3 seconds ago, taking 95 people with it. "No," Soto whispered. Around him, the bridge crew sat frozen, staring at empty space. "No, no, no." "Sir," Jones's hands shook over his console. "Gravitational residue analysis suggests a spatial translation event, wormhole mechanics, but nothing like our theoretical models. It just..." He looked up, his face pale. "It took them. Somewhere else. Somewhere not here." Soto activated ship-wide comms, his voice steady through sheer force of will. All hands. The boarding party has been displaced. Approximate displacement unknown. We are commencing search and rescue operations immediately. Space Force. Command will be notified. We will find them. He cut the channel. Through the viewport, the sun burned with indifferent brilliance. The empty space where 95 people had been mocked him with its silence. How far? Soto asked quietly. Best guess. How far did it take them? Jones studied the sensor logs, his expression growing more horrified with each calculation. Sir, the energy signature suggests light years, hundreds of light years, maybe more. I don't... His voice broke. Sir, we can't reach them. Even if we knew where they went, we don't have the capability to log the gravitational residue, Soto interrupted. Every data point, every anomaly. If that thing can punch holes in space, maybe we can track where it went. Get me everything. Yes, sir. Soto stared at the empty void. 95 people, gone in 3 seconds, and somewhere, impossibly distant, impossibly lost, they were still alive, still breathing, still waiting for rescue that might never come. Find them, he whispered to the darkness. Please, God, let us find them. Mill's comm crackled with a final burst of static. Pathfinder 9's signal. Doppler shifted beyond recognition. Then nothing. The walls had stopped their violent pulsing. The bioluminescent veins stabilized into steady blue-white light. Then the stars appeared on the walls, real-time feeds showing space beyond the hull. The sun was gone. The familiar stellar background had vanished. In its place, alien constellations, utterly unknown, and directly ahead, filling the primary viewport, a rogue planet, dark and frozen, illuminated by artificial suns that burned with structured white light. No, Young's voice carried hollow shock. No, no, no. We jumped, Bose said. She'd pulled up the navigation data from the panel, her hands shaking. Gravitational translation, instantaneous spatial displacement. We're not in the solar system anymore. Through the neural interface still partially active from Mill's hand. On the panel, he felt the ship's awareness. Distance travelled, 412 light-years. Duration, 2.3 seconds. Crew status, viable, 412 light-years, in 2 seconds. Mill's mind struggled to comprehend that distance. Even at light speed, it would take over 4 centuries to travel that far. Pathfinder 9 would search for them. Earth would send rescue missions. But by the time any signal reached them, everyone he'd ever known would be dead of old age. They saw it happen, Lieutenant Idris whispered. Her voice carried the weight of sudden, terrible understanding. Pathfinder 9. They watched us disappear. They're going to think we're dead. We might as well be, someone said. Mill stared at the impossible planet, at the artificial suns, at the terraforming projections still floating in holographic precision. Behind them, the constructs had vanished. Ahead, the Cedar vessel began its automated descent toward the dead world below, and 95 personnel equipped for a 4-hour boarding operation watched their home disappear across interstellar distance. Mills checked his oxygen reserve. 23 minutes remaining. Through the wall displays, he could see Pathfinder 9 in his mind, still orbiting the sun, sensors screaming with gravitational anomaly data, Soto ordering search patterns for a crew that no longer existed in their universe. They would search for weeks, months, and they would never find them. We're alone, Mill said quietly. Through the chamber, 94 other people felt the same truth settle into their bones. No rescue, no support, no way home. Just 95 humans, an alien ship with inscrutable purpose, and a dead planet waiting below. The Cedar's bioluminescent veins pulsed once, not hostile, not comforting, simply stating fact, mission continuing. The oxygen alarm started 17 minutes after the jump. Mills silenced his suit's audible warning, but the HUD display remained, a pulsing red indicator showing 11% remaining in his primary tank. Around him, 94 other helmets flickered with the same death sentence. "Sir, I'm reading atmospheric composition in the adjacent chamber." Lieutenant Commander Shaw's voice carried forced calm. She was the engineer, the one who'd kept Pathfinder 9's life support running through 3 near-catastrophic failures. Now she was analysing alien air with equipment designed for human systems. Nitrogen-oxygen mix, roughly Earth standard. Pressures low, maybe 0.7 atmospheres but breathable. Contamination? Mills watched the holographic planet rotate before them. The artificial suns had stabilised into a synchronised orbit, painting the dead world in geometric light patterns. Unknown. I'm not detecting biologicals, but my scanner's not calibrated for... Best guess, Commander. Silence. Then, "If we don't crack our helmets in the next 8 minutes, the guess won't matter," Mills studied the chamber. The walls had stopped their bioluminescent pulsing. The constructs hadn't returned. The space felt dormant again. Not dead, but waiting. Always waiting. "Major Young, select 3 volunteers. We test the air." Young's helmet turned toward him. Even through the polarised visor, Mills felt the glare. "Sir, we don't know. We know we're suffocating, Major. Pick your people." Young's jaw worked behind the transparent faceplate. Then he gestured to 2 security personnel and moved to join them himself. "Not you," Mills said. "I need you functional if this goes wrong. Stay suited." He watched 3 volunteers step forward. Corporal Davies, Specialist Banks, Ensign Okoro, all young, all aware they might be breathing poison in 30 seconds. Mills walked to the wall panel and placed his hand against the interface. The surface warmed under his glove, responding. "Requesting atmospheric equalization," he said to no one, to the ship, to whatever intelligence governed. This place. Nothing happened. He pressed harder, willing the ship to understand. The panel's symbols shifted, rotated through configurations that made his eyes water. "Please," he whispered. A seam appeared in the wall, not the entrance they'd used, that remained sealed. This was new, a vertical split that widened into a doorway. Beyond it, another chamber, smaller, illuminated by the same blue-white bioluminescence, and breathable air, if Shaw was right. Davies, Banks, and Okoro exchanged glances. Then Davies stepped forward and broke his helmet seal. The hiss of equalizing pressure sounded obscenely loud. Davies took a shallow breath. Another. His face contorted as his body waited for burning, freezing, poison. Nothing. He breathed deeper. It's stale, like recycled air, but it's air. Banks and Okoro cracked their helmets. 3 people breathing alien atmosphere synthesized by a vessel older than human civilization. All 3 remained standing. "Fuck it!" Young reached, up and broke his seal. "If we're dying together." The next 2 minutes became a cascading wave of helmet seals breaking, 95 people gasping recycled oxygen that tasted like metal and ozone and something else, something organic they couldn't identify. Mills was the last. He broke the seal and pulled the helmet free. The air was cold. It carried a scent like thunderstorms, like electricity meeting water. Every breath felt borrowed. "All right." He mag-locked his helmet to his belt. "We're alive. Now we figure out where the hell we are." Dr. Anika Bose had commandeered the wall panel, her fingers dancing across symbols she was learning to interpret through trial and error. Each touch produced a response. Star charts, energy diagrams, biological matrices that scrolled past faster than human cognition could process. "It's a navigation archive," she said. Her voice carried the flat affect Mills recognised. Pure analytical focus, emotion compartmentalized until later. I'm accessing jump logs. The vessel has made, Jesus, thousands of jumps, tens of thousands. Can you plot a return vector? Pittman's voice crackled through the helmet comm units scattered across the floor. The signal was weak, distorted, but present. Pathfinder 9 was trying to reach them across interstellar distance. I don't even know where we are. Bose pulled up a star chart. This doesn't match any stellar cartography in our database. We're not in local space. We might not even be in the same galactic arm. Then access the propulsion system. If it jumped us here, it can jump us back. Bose's fingers stopped moving. The propulsion system is offline. Post-jump cooldown cycle. Estimated reactivation, 71 hours. 71 hours. Mills did the math. They'd brought rations for a 4-hour boarding operation. Water for 6 hours, maybe 8 if they stretched it. They had 95 people and enough supplies to sustain maybe 20. Inventory, he ordered. Everything. Food, water, medical supplies, ammunition. I want a complete resource assessment in 30 minutes. Captain Pittman moved through the crowd, organising personnel into work details. That was his gift, making chaos into structure through pure social engineering. People gravitated toward him without realising it, seeking stability. Mills envied that. His own authority came from position, from rank. Pittman's came from something deeper. The inventory results arrived in 27 minutes. Lieutenant Idris delivered them, her datapad showing numbers that confirmed Mill's worst fears. 18 MREs, 42 protein bars, 9 water pouches. She scrolled down. Medical supplies are better. We've got combat trauma kits, antibiotics, radiation meds. But food... She met his eyes. Severe rationing gets us maybe 48 hours. And the propulsion cooldown is 71. Yes, sir. Mill studied the holographic planet. It was closer now. The vessel was descending, on some predetermined trajectory, pulling them toward the frozen world with its artificial suns and empty oceans. The ship brought us here for a reason, he said. Maybe that reason includes keeping us alive. Or maybe, Young said from behind him, it doesn't give a shit if we starve. 6 hours after the jump, the artificial suns began to flicker. Mills was trying to sleep when the light dimmed. Not gradually. It cut from full illumination to half strength in a single pulse. His eyes snapped open. Around him, the boarding party had distributed themselves throughout the chamber, claiming whatever space provided the illusion of privacy. Some slept in their EVA suits. Others had stripped down to the thermal underlayers, using the suits as makeshift bedding. It looked like a refugee camp. The suns flickered again. Through the wall displays, Mills watched the massive orbital emitters pulse with arrhythmic light. On the planet below, clouds that had been forming in geometric patterns began to dissolve. Bose! He found her still at the control panel, her eyes red-rimmed from sustained focus. What's happening to the suns? She didn't look up from the data streaming across her screen. They're destabilizing. The terraforming sequence initiated automatically when we entered orbit, but something's wrong. The system keeps aborting and restarting. Her fingers flew across the interface. It's looking for something, some kind of input parameter it can't locate. What parameter? I don't know. The symbols are... They're not language exactly. They're more like emotional concepts rendered as geometric forms. This one, she touched a pulsing glyph. I think it means harmony, or alignment, or collective understanding. But it could also mean neural integration or consciousness fusion or... English, Doctor. Bose turned to face him. Her expression carried something Mills had never seen on her before. Fear. I think the ship is trying to interface with us, cognitively, and when it can't establish the connection, the terraforming systems fail. Mills felt cold spread through his chest. Interface how? I don't know, but until it succeeds... She gestured at the flickering suns. We're watching a planetary biosphere die in real time. 12 hours after the jump, the first person tried to force entry to the propulsion core. Mills was rationing water pouches when the alarm sounded, a low harmonic tone that resonated through the walls themselves. Not threatening, just informative. The ship telling them something had changed. Major Young came sprinting from the corridor they designated as aft section, his sidearm drawn. "Sir, we've got a situation. 3 personnel attempted to breach what looked like an engine access panel. The ship..." He paused, breathing hard. The ship responded. Mills followed him through curving passages that still defied spatial logic. The corridor seemed longer going this direction than returning. Gravity shifted subtly underfoot, never quite settling into consistent down. They found the scene in what the crew had started calling the propulsion gallery, a vast chamber where walls displayed energy flow diagrams that pulsed with impossible physics. Specialist Rourke, Ensign Martinez, and Corporal Williams stood frozen against the far wall, not pressed there by force, held there by the wall itself, which had extruded organic metallic tendrils that wrapped their limbs and torso in gentle but absolute restraint. The 3 couldn't move, but they could breathe, could speak, could turn their heads to watch Mills approach. "Colonel," Rourke's voice shook, "we were just trying to access the propulsion system, override the cooldown, get us home before..." The floor beneath them shifted, not violently, more like a patient teacher correcting a student. The tendrils tightened fractionally. "Before we run out of food," Rourke finished quietly. Mills studied the energy diagrams. They showed a propulsion system unlike anything in human engineering, gravitational manipulation on a scale that treated stellar masses like handles, and at the centre, a countdown. 68 hours, 42 minutes, and 17 seconds, 68 hours until reactivation. "Dr. Bose, can the ship understand us? Is there a communication protocol we're missing?" Bose had followed them in. She approached the wall displays carefully, scanner active. "I think it understands intention more than language. When you asked for air, it provided air, but you asked cooperatively. You didn't try to force it." She looked at the 3 restrained personnel. "The ship is non-hostile, but it's also non-negotiable. It has a purpose, a mission architecture that predates human existence. And we're..." She searched for the word. "We're unscheduled variables. Can you ask it to release them?" "I can try." Bose placed both hands against the wall beside Rourke. She closed her eyes, her expression shifting into something Mills couldn't quite read. Concentration, meditation, prayer. The tendrils loosened. Slowly, like reluctant fingers unclenching, they withdrew into the wall's surface. Rourke, Martinez and Williams stumbled forward, gasping. "How did you..." Mills started. "I stopped thinking in commands," Bose said. "Started thinking in requests, cooperation instead of control." She looked exhausted. "I don't think this ship was built for a hierarchical species. The neural patterns it's scanning for, they feel communal, collective." Mills thought of military chain of command, of rank structure, of the entire cultural framework that had gotten them to space in the first place, all of it useless here. "Then we learn to cooperate," he said. Young stepped forward. "Sir, with respect, we can't just..." "Yes, we can, Major, because the alternative is starving while we stare at a propulsion system we can't hack." Mills addressed the whole group. "This vessel isn't our enemy, it's our only chance of survival. So we figure out what it needs, and we provide it." "And if what it needs," Young said quietly, "is something we can't give?" Mills had no answer. 20 hours after the jump, Callum Page found the biome vaults. He'd been exploring alone, a violation of safety protocols, but Mills had stopped enforcing those around Hour 15. With 95 people and limited space, Regulations gave way to necessary chaos. Page returned to the main chamber with his eyes bright, his movement animated in a way Mills hadn't seen since before the jump. "You need to see this. All of you." He led a group of 20 through corridors that seemed to anticipate their movement, walls shifting to create clearer passages. They descended, at least the sensation was descent, through 3 levels into a chamber that made Mills' breath catch. It was massive, cathedral scale. The ceiling rose 50 meters overhead, covered in bioluminescent veins that pulsed like a heartbeat. And throughout the space, vaults, hundreds of them. Cylindrical chambers made of the same metallic organic material, each one sealed and filled with something that glowed faintly green. "Genetic archives," Page breathed. He was moving between vaults like a pilgrim approaching shrines. "This is a seed bank, but not like anything we've built. These aren't frozen samples, they're living matrices, microbial colonies in suspended development, genetic templates for entire ecosystems." He stopped before one vault that stood taller than the others. Its glow pulsed brighter, more urgently. Symbols scrolled across its surface, the same geometric concepts Bose had been deciphering. "This one is activating," Page said. "The ship is preparing to deploy it." "Deploy where?" Mills asked. Page pointed down. Through transparent sections of floor they could see the planet below. It had grown massive in their descent, filling the viewport. The artificial suns burned steady now, no longer flickering, and across the planet's frozen surface, structures, massive towers of black alloy, rising from ice plains. They were growing, extruding from the ground itself like plants reaching toward manufactured sunlight. "Terraforming pylons," Bose said. She'd pulled up planetary scans on her portable display. "They're seeding the atmosphere with processing compounds. Temperature is rising. Ice is melting at the poles. The ship is waking this planet up." "How long?" Mills watched clouds form in real time, swirling around the growing towers in mathematically precise patterns. "At current rate, full atmospheric stabilization in 72 hours. The same time frame as propulsion reactivation. Not coincidence. Design." "So we're watching the birth of a new biosphere," Page said softly. "We're inside a vessel that resurrects dead worlds. This is the most significant discovery in human history." "This is a trap," Young said. "We're being held hostage by a ship that's forcing us to participate in its mission while we starve." "It's not forcing us." Bose had moved to one of the vaults, her hand pressed against its warm surface. "It's inviting us. The neural harmonization it keeps scanning for. I think it needs conscious participation, willing integration. It can't complete the terraforming cycle without sentient input." "Input for what?" "Decision-making, adaptation. Life isn't mechanical, it's responsive, creative. I think the ship needs living minds to help shape what kind of biosphere develops down there." She turned to face them. "We're not prisoners, we're collaborators." "We're dying," Young countered. 42 hours of food remaining. This ship might birth a new world, but we won't live to see it." Mills studied the genetic vaults, hundreds of them, entire ecosystems suspended in biological potential. "What if the ship can provide food?" He looked at Page. "You said these are living matrices. Could we—" "No," Page's voice was sharp. "These are genetic archives of extinct species, civilizations that died millions of years ago. If we disrupt them, we could destroy the only record of their existence. Better than destroying ourselves." "Is it?" Page met his eyes. "We're dying of hunger looking at the Library of Alexandria, and you want to burn books for warmth." The chamber fell silent except for the pulse of bioluminescent light. "There has to be another way," Mills said. But his voice carried no conviction. 36 hours after the jump, the ship made its choice. Mills woke to darkness. The bioluminescent veins had gone dark. Around him, 95 people stirred in the sudden absence of light. Then, illumination. But not from the walls, from the floor. A holographic interface materialized in the chamber's center, 10 meters tall, rotating slowly. It showed anatomical diagrams, human anatomy, neural pathways, brain structures, and overlaid across it all, the same geometric symbols Bose had been studying. "It's offering us something," Bose said. She approached the hologram carefully, her scanner painting data across her forearm display. It's a neural integration protocol, a way to interface directly with the ship's cognitive systems. "Mind control," Young said. "No, cooperation. It's showing us how to communicate more effectively, how to participate in the terraforming process. And if we refuse..." Bose pulled up new data from the planetary scans. The artificial suns destabilized again an hour ago. The terraforming cycle is failing. Without neural integration, the ship can't complete its mission. She paused. And without completing its mission, it won't reactivate propulsion. Mills felt the trap close. Not hostile, not violent, just inevitable. "If we integrate," he said slowly, "if we give the ship what it needs, can it provide food? Water?" Bose studied the holographic interface. "I think so. It has fabrication systems for building terraforming infrastructure. If it can grow genetic matrices, it can synthesize nutrients. Or it can kill us trying to upload our brains into its alien OS," Young said. "Sir, this is insane. We don't know what that interface does. It could lobotomize us, turn us into biological processors, delete everything that makes us human." He wasn't wrong. Mills looked at the hologram, at the neural pathways highlighted in blue-white light. This was the choice. Trust an ancient alien intelligence with their consciousness, or die of starvation watching a planet resurrect itself. Not really a choice at all. "I need a volunteer," Mills said. "Sir," Young started, "someone needs to test the integration, confirm it's survivable before we risk the entire crew." Mills studied the hologram. "Dr. Bose, you understand the system better than anyone. If this goes wrong, you'll be able to pull the plug. Will you monitor?" "Of course." Her voice was steady, but her hands shook slightly as she activated her scanner. "Then I'll..." "No," Captain Spencer Pittman stepped forward. "You're the commanding officer. We can't risk you. I'll do it." "Captain..." "Sir, we both know if this fails, the crew will need your authority to hold together. But if it succeeds, they'll need someone they trust to vouch for it." Pittman's expression was calm. "That's not you. That's me." Mills wanted to argue, but Pittman was right. Young grabbed Pittman's arm. "Spence, you don't have to..." "Yes, I do." Pittman smiled, tired and genuine. "Someone has to go first. Might as well be me." He approached the holographic interface. The symbols shifted, reforming into something that looked almost like an invitation. A section of floor rose beneath Pittman's feet, forming a platform. "How do I..." he started. The platform answered. Tendrils extended, not aggressive, not restraining. Gentle. They touched Pittman's temples, his forehead, the base of his skull. His eyes went wide. Then he screamed. Bose's scanner went wild, displays fragmenting across error warnings. Neural activity spiking. He's experiencing massive sensory overload. Pittman's scream cut off. He stood perfectly still, eyes open but unseeing, the tendrils pulsing with bioluminescent light that matched the rhythm of his heartbeat. "His vitals are stable," Bose reported. "Elevated heart rate but not dangerous. Brain activity is..." She paused. "It's not human normal. He's experiencing distributed cognition. His consciousness is extending into the ship's neural network." "Pull him out," Young ordered. "I can't. The system won't release him until integration completes." They watched Pittman stand motionless for 17 minutes. Around them, 94 people held collective breath. Then the tendrils withdrew. Pittman collapsed. Young caught him before he hit the floor, lowering him carefully. Spence, talk to me. Pittman's eyes focused slowly. He looked at Young, then at Mills, then at the hologram still rotating above them. It's not hostile, he said. His voice sounded distant, dreamy. It's ancient. So ancient. It's been doing this for millions of years, travelling, finding dead worlds, bringing them back. He struggled for words. It's lonely. Lonely? Mills knelt beside him. It was built by a collective intelligence, a species that thought in harmonised networks, not individual minds. It doesn't understand hierarchy, doesn't understand command structure. It's been trying to communicate, but Pittman laughed weakly. We're too separate, too individualised. It can't interface with minds that don't share thought. Can it feed us? Mills asked. Yes, once we integrate, once we show it, we can cooperate. Pittman sat up slowly. But there's something else, something it's trying to tell us. What? The genetic archives aren't random. The ship has navigation logs, planetary designation charts, and Earth... He met Mill's eyes. Earth is in the database, listed as Restoration Candidate Site 731. The chamber fell, silent. That's impossible, Page said. Human evolution is documented. We know our origins. Do we? Pittman's expression was strange, haunted. The ship's logs show Earth was surveyed 4 million years ago. Something was seeded there. Something that led to us. You're saying we're aliens? Young's voice carried disbelief. I'm saying we might be the product of a previous terraforming cycle, that whatever built this ship might have built us. Pittman looked around at the genetic vaults. We're not the first intelligent species they've created. We won't be the last. Mills felt the ground shift beneath him. Not physically, conceptually. Everything he understood about humanity's place in the universe tilting sideways. Sir, Lieutenant Idris approached, her datapad showing new inventory calculations. Food supplies critical. We have maybe 18 hours left. After that, people would start dying. Mills looked at the holographic interface. At Pittman, who'd survived. Integration. At 94 people waiting for him to choose between starvation and surrender. How many people would need to integrate, he asked Bose. Unknown, but based on the ship's neural pattern expectations, I'd estimate a significant percentage. Maybe 30, maybe 60. Enough to create the collective harmony it's scanning for. Voluntary only, Mills said. I won't order anyone into that interface, but I need volunteers. People willing to risk integration to save the crew. For a long moment no one moved. Then Page stepped forward. I'll do it. I want to understand what this ship knows about life, about creation. I'll do it. Shaw followed. If we're going to survive here, we need to understand the systems. I'm in. One by one they came forward. Scientists curious about alien cognition, engineers wanting to access ship systems, medical personnel hoping to synthesize food, and soldiers. Young security team following their commander's reluctant nod. 37 volunteers, more than a third of the crew. All right, Mills addressed them all. We do this together. We integrate, we establish communication, we convince this ship to keep us alive. And then... He looked at the propulsion countdown still visible on the wall displays. 62 hours, 14 minutes and 33 seconds. Then we figure out if we're going home. The holographic interface expanded, creating multiple integration platforms. The volunteers stepped forward, and as tendrils touched human minds, the artificial suns outside stabilized. The planet below began to breathe, and 95 people, stranded across interstellar distance, took their first step toward becoming something neither human nor alien. Something in between. 48 hours after the jump, the integrated started finishing each other's sentences. Mills noticed it during the morning briefing, except there was no morning here, just arbitrary wake cycles they imposed on eternal artificial daylight. Lieutenant Shaw was explaining the ship's power distribution when Dr. Bose spoke simultaneously with her, both voices overlapping in perfect synchronization. Thermal differential of 0.3 degrees per venting cycle. They stopped, looked at each other. Shaw's expression carried something between wonder and horror. "Sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to. Neither did I." Bose touched her temple. "But I could feel what you were about to say. Like the words were already in my mind." 37 people had integrated. 37 human consciousnesses now partially extended into the ship's neural network, and through that network, partially into each other. Mills watched them during meals, the integrated sitting together, passing food without asking, reaching for water pouches someone else needed before they vocalized the request. They moved like a distributed organism, not quite a hive mind, but no longer entirely individual. The unintegrated watched them with growing unease. "They're not human anymore," Corporal Davies said quietly. He sat with the security personnel who'd refused integration, their group shrinking into defensive clusters. "You see how they look at us? Like we're incomplete." Mills saw it. The integrated carried a subtle expression of pity when addressing the unintegrated, as if everyone who hadn't merged with the ship's consciousness was missing a crucial sense. "They're still our people," Mills said, but his voice lacked conviction. He was unintegrated. He'd chosen to remain separate, to maintain command distance. Now he wondered if that had been cowardice masquerading as leadership. 53 hours after the jump, the artificial suns began dying. Mills was rationing the last protein bars when the light dimmed. Not the pulsing instability from before. This was gradual, inexorable, like watching stars age in time-lapse. Through the wall displays, the orbital emitters had shifted from white to amber. Their light painted the planet below in shades of rust and copper. "What's happening?" He found Bose in the biome vault chamber, surrounded by 3 other integrated scientists. They stood in a loose circle, eyes closed, faces tilted upward as if listening to music only they could hear. "The terraforming cycle is failing," Bose said, without opening her eyes. "The ship has established initial atmospheric conditions, deployed genetic matrices into the seeding zones, but the final phase requires..." She paused, searching for words. "It requires consensus." Consensus about what? About which template to deploy. The ship has archives from thousands of extinct species, different atmospheric preferences, different ecosystem architectures, different... Her eyes opened. Different ideas about what life should be. Mills processed that. So it's asking us to choose? It's asking us to harmonize a choice, to collectively determine what kind of world this becomes. Bose gestured at the genetic vaults. The tallest, one pulsed with urgent light. That vault contains the original restoration template, the one intended for this planet before we arrived. It's optimized for a silicon-based metabolic system. Humans can't breathe it, can't eat its organic compounds, can't survive long-term. Then we choose a different template. It's not that simple. The ship's entire mission architecture is built around restoring original planetary conditions. Deploying an alternative template means overriding millions of years of collected data, abandoning the archived species that should inherit this world. She met his eyes. The ship is having what I can only describe as a moral crisis. Around them, genetic vaults pulsed in conflicting rhythms, some fast and urgent, others slow and mournful. How long until the suns fail completely? 23 hours. After that, planetary temperature will drop below sustainable levels. The atmospheric processes will freeze. Everything the ship has built will collapse. Mills felt the trap tighten. And propulsion reactivation? 14 hours, but even if we can jump, we don't have supplies for the return trip. We burned through everything getting the integrated stabilised. They were going to die, either here on a freezing rogue planet or in transit back to a solar system they might never reach, unless they surrendered completely. How many more need to integrate? Mills asked quietly. Bose hesitated. The ship's neural modelling suggests everyone. Full crew harmonisation. It can't resolve the template conflict with a divided consciousness. You're asking me to force integration on people who refused it. I'm telling you the ship won't complete terraforming without collective agreement, and without terraforming, we all die. Mills looked at the unintegrated, 58 people who'd maintained their individual consciousness, their mental autonomy. Major Young led most of them, the security team that still believed force could solve this. "Give me time," Mills said. "Sir, we don't have—" "I said give me time, Doctor." 57 hours after the jump, Major Kieran Young attempted mutiny. Mills was sleeping, actual sleep, not the fragmented unconsciousness of the past 2 days, when Shaw woke him. "Sir, you need to come to the propulsion gallery, now." He followed her through corridors that had become familiar, the ship's impossible geometry no longer disorienting. He'd learned to read the walls' bioluminescent patterns, interpreting their pulse rates like emotional indicators. Right now, they pulsed rapid and red. Warning. The propulsion gallery had become Young's territory, where unintegrated security personnel maintained armed watch over the ship's core systems. Mills found 40 people there, weapons drawn, forming a perimeter around the central propulsion nexus. At the centre, Young, both hands pressed against the alien interface, his face contorted with concentration. "Major, step away from that panel." Young didn't move. "I've been studying this, sir, watching the integrated access ship systems. I think I can force a manual override, jump us back to solar coordinates without waiting for the cooldown." "You'll kill us all?" "We're dying anyway," Young's voice cracked. 60 hours stranded, no food, breathing recycled air in a ship that's turning our people into something not human. I'm not letting that continue. "Kieran, they're in my head, Mills." Young's hands shook against the interface. "When I sleep, I dream their dreams. When I wake, I catch myself thinking in their patterns. The integration is spreading. Another few days and there won't be any unintegrated left. We'll all be absorbed into that thing's neural network." "That's not how it works, isn't it?" Young met his eyes. "Ask Bose when she last had a thought she could confirm was entirely her own. Ask Shaw if she knows where her consciousness ends and the ship's begins. They're not people anymore, they're nodes in an alien processing system." The propulsion interface pulsed beneath Young's hands. Symbols scrolled faster, gravitational diagrams shifting through configurations Mills couldn't follow. "Sir, he's triggering a cascade response." Shaw's voice carried fear. "If he forces propulsion activation while the system's in cooldown, the gravitational shear will—" The ship responded. Not with violence, with teaching. The floor beneath Young's feet transformed, not quickly, slowly, demonstratively, like a parent moving a child's hand away from fire. The metallic organic surface flowed upward, creating a barrier between Young and the interface. Young pulled his sidearm and fired. The electromagnetic pulse round passed through the barrier like it was smoke. The shot struck the propulsion interface dead center. Energy discharged, not explosion, implosion. A gravitational knot formed at the impact point, pulling matter inward with crushing force. Young screamed as the barrier yanked him backward, away from the collapsing space. Mills grabbed him, Shaw grabbed Mills, and they pulled together as the implosion expanded. 3 cubic meters of corridor compressed into a sphere the size of a fist. Then it stabilized. The gravitational anomaly froze, suspended in mid-air like a miniature black hole, and the propulsion countdown changed. 94 hours, 17 minutes, and 22 seconds, 94 hours. The forced activation attempt had damaged the system, extending the cooldown by another full day. No. Young stared at the countdown. No, no, no. You just killed us, Mills said quietly. We didn't have supplies for the original timeline. Now they had no chance at all. The unintegrated security team lowered their weapons. One by one they looked at Young, their commander who'd promised to save them, and saw only another man out of his depth. I was trying to help, Young whispered. I know. Mills gripped his shoulder. But we're past the point where force helps. We're past the point where individual action matters. He turned to address everyone in the chamber, unintegrated and integrated both. The ship isn't our enemy, but it's also not human. It operates on principles we're still learning, and every time we fight it, every time we try to force control, he gestured at the suspended gravitational anomaly. We make things worse. So what do? Corporal Davies asked. Just surrender? Let it turn us into hive mind drones? We adapt. Mills looked at the integrated, at Bowes and Shaw and Pittman and 34 others who'd already changed. They're not drones. They're still themselves. But they've learned to think beyond themselves. That's what scares me, Davies said. I know, it scares me too. Mills was surprised by his own honesty. But fear of change isn't going to keep us alive. Cooperation might. Young slumped against the wall, staring at the countdown he'd sabotaged. I just wanted to go home. We all do, Major, but home is 94 hours away now, maybe longer. And if we want to survive until then... Mills took a breath. We need to give the ship what it's asking for. 61 hours after the jump, Captain Spencer Pittman called an assembly. Not Mills, not Command Authority. Pittman, speaking through the organic social networks that had sustained crew morale since they'd left Earth 7 months ago. People came because they trusted him, because he'd been first to integrate, first to risk his consciousness for the collective good. The assembly gathered in the biome vault chamber, all 95 personnel, integrated and unintegrated, standing among genetic archives of extinct civilizations. Pittman stood before the tallest vault, the one containing the original restoration template. Its light pulsed red now, urgent and dying. We're out of time, he said simply. The artificial suns are failing. The terraforming cycle is aborting. In 18 hours, this planet returns to frozen death, and we freeze with it. No one spoke. The ship has given us a choice, not the choice we wanted, but a choice nonetheless. Pittman touched the vault. We can deploy the original template. Let this world resurrect according to its ancient designation. Then we die, because our biology is incompatible with silicon-based atmosphere. He moved to a smaller vault, its light pulsing soft blue. Or we can override the original template, deploy a hybrid biosphere that sustains human life. But doing so means... He paused. Means erasing the last genetic record of the species that should have inherited this world. We become colonizers, conquerors, everything humanity promised it wouldn't become when we reached for the stars. That's not a choice, Page said. His voice carried anguish. That's murder. Those vaults contain species that have been extinct for millions of years. We'd be committing cosmic genocide. We'd be surviving, Young countered. He'd barely spoken since the propulsion incident, but now his voice was steady. Those species are already dead. We're alive. That has to mean something. Does it? Page looked around at the vaults. We're 95 humans. Those archives represent thousands of species, billions of years of evolutionary development. How do we justify our existence at their expense? Because we're here. Shaw stepped forward. She was integrated now. her consciousness partially merged with ship systems. The original civilization that built this vessel, they valued life, all life. But they also understood that life adapts, evolves, competes. They wouldn't have built a system this flexible if they didn't anticipate variables like us. You can't know that, Page said. I can feel it. Through the ship's neural network. This vessel has encountered unscheduled variables before, dozens of times across thousands of restoration missions, and every time it's made accommodations, adjusted templates, blended ecosystems. Shaw's expression was strange, distant. We're not unique. We're just the latest iteration of a very old problem. That doesn't make it right. No, Mills said, but it makes it survivable. He'd been silent, listening. Now he moved to the centre of the chamber, standing between the vaults, between the choice that would define them. I'm not a philosopher, he said. I'm a soldier, and soldiers make terrible moral calculus. But I'm also responsible for 95 lives, your lives, and I won't apologise for prioritising them. He looked at Page. You're right. Deploying the hybrid template means erasing species that can never be recreated. That's a crime against cosmic heritage. It makes us colonisers in the worst sense. Then he looked at Young. But you're also right. We're alive. We have agency. We have the right to fight for survival. So what are you saying? Page asked. I'm saying this isn't my choice alone. It's not command authority. It's not military hierarchy. The ship has been trying to teach us that since we arrived. Mills gestured at everyone. This is collective choice, consensus, and it has to be unanimous. That's impossible, Davies said. You'll never get 95 people to agree. Then we die, Pittman said quietly, because the ship won't proceed without full neural harmonization, without everyone choosing the same path. The chamber fell silent except for the pulse of dying light from the vaults. I need to show you something, Bose said. She approached the main wall interface and pulled up navigation data. The ship's archive logs, planetary restoration records going back millions of years. She scrolled through star charts, each one marking a dead world brought back to life. Hundreds of planets. Thousands. Look at the success rate, she said. 87%. The ship has failed to restore 13% of designated targets. Why? Mills asked. Because the planets were already inhabited when it arrived. By species it hadn't anticipated. Unscheduled intelligence. Bose highlighted several logs. Here and here, worlds where the ship detected existing sentient life and aborted its mission. It left them alone, respected their claim to existence. She pulled up Earth's designation, Site 731. 4 million years ago, this ship surveyed Earth, designated it for silicon-based restoration, but it never completed the mission. Bose looked at Mills. Because something was already there, something developing, something that would become us. The ship spared humanity, Shaw said softly. The ship recognized that intelligence has priority over archive preservation. Bose turned to Page. The species in these vaults are extinct, but we're alive, and according to the ship's own ethical framework, that matters. Page stared at the data. His expression crumbled. I want them to live, he whispered. I want those lost species to have another chance. I want... He pressed both hands against the largest vault. But they can't choose. They can't advocate for themselves. And we can. I'm sorry, Bose said. Don't be. Page's voice hardened. If we're doing this, if we're overriding the original template, then we do it right. Not pure human biosphere. Hybrid. We integrate as much of the original genetic matrix as our biology can tolerate. We don't conquer this world. We share it. Mills looked at him. You're agreeing. I'm compromising. Because compromise is the only moral position left. Page met his eyes. But if we survive this, if we build a civilization on this planet, we carry the memory of what we erased. Every extinct species in those vaults gets memorialized. Honored, we become their heirs, not their executioners. Agreed, Mills said. One by one, the others nodded. Scientists, engineers, security personnel, the integrated and unintegrated both, finding common ground in shared guilt and desperate hope. Except Major Young. Kieran, Mills approached him, this needs to be unanimous. Young stared at the countdown projection. 89 hours, 43 minutes and 11 seconds. I wanted to go home, he said. I wanted to report back to Earth. Tell them what we found. Let them decide what to do with it. But we're not going home, are we? I don't know. Yes, you do. Even if propulsion reactivates, even if we survive the jump back, we don't have supplies for the journey. We burn through everything, keeping the integrated stable. Young's laugh was bitter. We're colonists now, whether we want to be or not. Then help us be good ones. Young looked at him. What does that even mean? It means we don't take this world for granted. It means we build something worth the cost we're paying. Mills placed a hand on Young's shoulder. I need you, Major. I need your tactical mind, your discipline, your unwillingness to accept easy answers. We're about to become the founders of a new civilization. That's going to require people who ask hard questions. I'm tired of asking questions. I know, but I'm asking you to try. For a long moment, Young said nothing. Then slowly he nodded. Unanimous consent, Mills announced to the chamber. We deploy the hybrid template. We share this world with whatever can survive alongside us. And we remember what we're erasing. Bose moved to the wall interface. The ship needs integration to proceed. Full crew neural harmonization. The unintegrated shifted uneasily. 58 people who'd clung to individual consciousness, now facing the choice between merger and death. It won't destroy who you are, Pittman said. I'm still me, still Spencer. I just think bigger now, feel connected. It's not loss, it's expansion. Easy for you to say, Davies muttered. You're already one of them. One of us, Pittman corrected gently. We're all us. That's the point. Mills stepped forward. I'll go first. The unintegrated need to see command personnel integrate. He approached the holographic interface. It materialized a platform beneath his feet, tendrils extending toward his temples. The last time Pittman had screamed. Mills took a breath and let the tendrils touch his skin. The universe opened. Not physically, conceptually. His consciousness expanded outward like a shock wave, touching minds he'd known for months but never truly understood. He felt Shaw's engineering precision, Bose's analytical clarity, Pittman's social warmth. He felt 36 other minds, all distinct, all separate but also harmonized, thinking together without losing individual perspective. And beyond them, the ship, not hostile, not even alive in the human sense, but aware, conscious in a way that spanned millions of years, thousands of worlds, civilizations that rose and fell while it travelled the spaces between stars. It was lonely. That hit him hardest. The ship had been built by a collective intelligence that thought in unified networks. It had spent eons alone, carrying out its mission without companionship, without understanding. Now, for the first time in its existence, it felt 95 minds learning to think collectively. It felt seen, the integration completed. Mills gasped as the tendrils withdrew, but the connection remained. Softer now, background awareness instead of overwhelming presence. Sir, Young approached carefully. Are you... I'm still me. Mills looked at his hands. They felt the same, but his thoughts carried echoes now, reflections of the people around him. But I'm also more than me. Young stared. Then slowly he stepped onto the integration platform. One by one, the unintegrated followed. Davies, Banks, Okoro, Martinez, Williams, Rourke. 58 people surrendering individual isolation for collective survival. The ship's bioluminescent veins pulsed brighter with each integration. The artificial suns outside stabilized, their amber light shifting back toward healthy white. And when the last person, Specialist Torres, a junior engineer who'd resisted longest, completed integration, the biome vaults responded. The largest vault opened, not the original silicon-based template, a new configuration assembled in real time from the ship's archives, genetic matrices that combined extinct alien species with human-compatible biology, atmospheric processes that blended oxygen-nitrogen ratios with trace compounds from a dozen dead civilizations, a compromise written in genetic code, the vault's contents deployed, not into the chamber, but down toward the planet below. Mills felt it through the ship's awareness, genetic matrices scattering across the continents, microbial colonies taking root in warming soil, atmospheric compounds seeding clouds that had learned to rain. "It's working," Bose said, but her voice came from beside him and also from inside his thoughts, her wonder echoing through the collective consciousness. The planet is stabilizing, temperature rising, cloud formation accelerating. We're witnessing planetary resurrection in real time. Through the wall displays, they watched the world transform. Oceans melted from ice. Forests grew in time-lapse, their leaves colours that had never existed on Earth. Purple and silver and deep crimson. The terraforming pylons hummed with completion energy, and the artificial suns burned steady, painting the planet in permanent light. "How long until we can survive down there?" Mills asked. 72 hours for full atmospheric stabilization, but the ship has landing craft. We can begin descent in... Bose checked the data streaming through their shared awareness. 6 hours. Mills looked at the propulsion countdown. 86 hours, 22 minutes, and 37 seconds. 86 hours until they could jump back to the solar system. They didn't have supplies for the journey, didn't have food or water or medical resources beyond minimal emergency reserves. But they had a planet. "We're not going home," he said quietly, "not to anyone. Specific. To everyone. To the collective consciousness they'd become." Pittman's response came through the neural network and through spoken words simultaneously. "We're already home. We just don't recognize it yet." 72 hours after the jump, they detected the signal. Mills was helping establish the first ground camp, modular hab units the ship had fabricated from its internal mass, when Shaw called through the neural network. Not words, just urgent attention direction. He found her in the propulsion gallery staring at a display that showed gravitational distortion patterns. "Something's coming," she said. "Jump signature. Same spatial displacement mechanics this ship uses." "Another Cedar vessel?" "Unknown, but it's big. Mass estimate puts it at 20 kilometers minimum." Shaw pulled up trajectory calculations. "It'll arrive in..." Her expression changed. "Oh, what?" "It's already here." Through the wall displays, space distorted, stars smeared and reformed, and into orbit around their planet materialized a vessel that made the Cedar look like a probe, 60 kilometers long, composed of the same metallic organic material, but darker, more aggressively configured. Where the Cedar was rounded and organic, this ship carried sharp angles, weapon ports. "That's a warship," Young said. He joined them, his tactical instincts screaming through the neural network. Military configuration, hunter class or enforcement vessel. "Scanning for..." Bose stopped. "It's hailing us, not radio. Direct neural interface transmission. From this distance, the signal is passing through our Cedar, using its network to reach our minds." Bose pressed both hands against the interface. "Should I accept?" Mills felt the collective consciousness decide. No single voice, just 95 minds reaching unified conclusion. Accept it. The neural transmission arrived. Not words, not images, pure conceptual data that translated into human understanding through the Seeder's interpretative systems. The unauthorized planetary restoration detected. Deviation from archive template confirmed. Original civilization protocol violated. Seeder vessel designated for retrieval. Unscheduled biological variables designated for termination. The transmission ended. Mills felt the collective consciousness fragment momentarily. 95 minds experiencing individual fear before recohering into unified response. They're going to destroy us, Page said. The original civilization. They built the Seeder, and they built that enforcement ship, and we violated their restoration protocol. We had no choice, Young countered. We adapted to survive. They don't care about our survival. They care about preserving their archived species. Page stared at the warship. We're contamination. They're going to sterilize us. Then we fight, Young said. With what? We're 95 humans with small arms and a terraforming vessel. That thing out there is a warship built by a civilization that can manipulate gravity like we manipulate clay. Mills felt the Seeder's awareness shift. Not fear. It didn't experience emotion the way they did, but something like acceptance. It had violated protocol. It had prioritized unscheduled intelligence over archive preservation. According to its creator's laws, it had committed crime. It was prepared to accept termination. No, Mills said aloud. Through the neural network, his conviction resonated across 95 minds. We don't accept this. Sir, we don't have... I'm not talking about weapons. Mills placed both hands against the ship's interface. I'm talking about communication. That warship sent a neural transmission, which means it has consciousness, intelligence, the capacity to understand. Understand what? Bose asked. Why we chose what we chose. Why the Seeder accommodated us. Why adaptation matters more than archive preservation. Mills looked at the planet below, at purple forests and crimson oceans and clouds that carried genetic memory of a dozen extinct species. We show them what we built. We show them compromise. They won't care, Page said. Their protocol is absolute. Then we change their protocol. Mills extended his consciousness through the Seeder's neural network, reaching toward the warship. We show them that intelligence, any intelligence, deserves the chance to advocate for itself. He felt resistance. The warship's AI was hardened against infiltration, designed to resist neural compromise. But 95 human minds thinking in collective harmony carried something the AI hadn't anticipated: creativity, adaptability, the capacity to communicate through emotional resonance instead of pure logic. Mills pushed the memory of their choice through the connection, not data, experience, the weight of choosing survival over archive preservation, the guilt of erasing extinct species, the commitment to honouring what they'd destroyed. He felt the warship's AI process it, evaluate, calculate probability of deception. Then, slowly, it began to understand. Not agreement, but recognition that the choice had been made with awareness of its cost, that 95 minds had achieved unanimous consensus, the same collective harmony the original civilization valued. The warship's weapon ports powered down. A new transmission arrived. Seeder vessel protocol violation acknowledged. Unscheduled intelligence, collective harmony confirmed. Adaptation, precedent recognized. Enforcement, action suspended. Monitoring status ongoing. Deviation from archived template provisionally accepted. The warship remained in orbit, watching, waiting to see what they'd build, but not destroying them. Mills felt the collective consciousness exhale. 95 minds releasing tension they'd held since the warship's arrival. "What just happened?" Young asked. "We survived," Pittman said. "Again." "No." Mills looked at the planet below, at the civilization they'd have to build, at the warship that would judge their every choice. "We bought time, proved we're worth monitoring instead of terminating, but we're on probation now. Everything we do, every choice we make, they're watching." "Then we better make good choices," Page said. 94 hours after the jump, the propulsion system reactivated. Mills stood in the propulsion gallery with the core leadership: Young, Pittman, Bowes, Shaw, Page. The countdown had reached 0. The gravitational manipulation systems were ready. They could jump back to the solar system. "We don't have supplies," Bowes said quietly. "The jump itself is instantaneous, but we'd arrive in solar orbit with no food, no water, and no guarantee Pathfinder 9 could reach us before we starve. We're equipped for a 4-hour boarding operation. Even if we jump back immediately, coordinating rescue could take months. Half the crew would die waiting." "We could send a delegation," Young suggested, 10 people. "Minimal resource consumption. Jump back, report our status, request rescue. And leave 85 people here without the ship's protection, with that warship watching?" Mills shook his head. "We stay together." "Then we're staying permanently," Pittman said. "Once we commit to the planet, once we establish full settlement infrastructure, we lose the option to return." Mills looked at each of them. Through the neural network he felt their thoughts, not invasively, but as ambient awareness. Young wanted to go home, wanted to report to Earth Command, wanted to believe they could resume their old lives. Pittman was already thinking in generational terms, planning education systems for children they hadn't conceived yet. Bose was fascinated by the hybrid biosphere developing below. Shaw was calculating construction timelines for a permanent settlement, and Page was mourning the species they'd erased while simultaneously cataloguing the new ecosystem taking root. "We take a vote," Mills said. "Full crew, neural network consensus. Do we attempt return with decimated crew, or do we commit to this world?" The collective consciousness assembled. 95 minds considering the question from 95 perspectives, then harmonizing into unified evaluation. The vote took 3 minutes. Unanimous. They were staying. "All right." Mills felt the decision settle into his bones. "Then we're not Space Force personnel anymore. We're not a military expedition. We're..." He searched for the word. "Founders." "I hate that word," Page said. "It sounds like conquest." "Then what do we call ourselves?" Page looked at the planet through the viewport, at forests that grew from genetic templates of a dozen extinct civilizations, at oceans that carried microbial memory of species humanity would never meet. "Inheritors," he said finally. "We inherited this world from the dead, and we carry responsibility for what we've taken." Mills nodded. "Inheritors, then." He turned to the propulsion interface and placed his hand against it. Through the neural network he felt the ship's awareness. Ancient, patient, no longer lonely. "Thank you," he said to it, "for choosing us, for teaching us, for giving us a second chance." The ship didn't respond in words, but its bioluminescent veins pulsed with something Mills recognized: contentment. He withdrew his hand from the interface and turned to his people, not his crew, not his subordinates, his people. "Let's go home," he said, and together 95 minds harmonized. They descended toward the planet that would define every generation that followed. 7 days after landing, the planet tried to reject them. Mills woke to alarms, not ship systems, but biological alerts from the monitoring stations Page's team had established across the settlement perimeter. Through the neural network he felt 95 minds snap to alerts simultaneously. Outside the modular hab units, the forest was moving, not swaying in, wind, moving. The purple leaf trees they'd catalogued as passive photosynthetic organisms had uprooted themselves during the night. Root systems that should have anchored them deep in soil now writhed like tentacles, pulling the trees forward in slow, deliberate progression, toward the human settlement. Defensive perimeter, Young's voice carried across the comm and through the neural links simultaneously. All personnel to belay that. Mills stepped outside, barefoot on alien soil that felt warm and slightly wrong against his skin. They're not attacking. Look at the pattern. The trees were forming a circle, not enclosing the settlement, surrounding it, creating a living barrier between the human structures and something beyond. Through the neural network, Bose's analytical voice. Check the atmospheric readings. Carbon dioxide spike from grid sector 7. Mills pulled up the environmental data on his forearm display. Sector 7 showed CO2 levels 3 times normal, background, and rising. Something's burning, Shaw said. She joined him outside, her engineering scanner painting thermal data across the pre-dawn sky. No visible flame, but I'm reading exothermic reactions consistent with... She stopped. Oh no. What? The original template species. The silicon-based organisms we thought we'd overridden. Some of them deployed anyway. They're metabolizing the trace minerals we seeded into the soil and producing sulfur dioxide as waste product. It's toxic to our oxygen-nitrogen matrix. How toxic? At current production rates, lethal concentration in 48 hours. Mills felt the collective consciousness process that. 95 minds simultaneously calculating survival odds, resource allocation, evacuation scenarios, and fear. Individual variations on the same terror. They destroyed one biosphere to create another, and now both were dying. The trees know, Page said. He'd approached the nearest one, his hand against its bark. The purple surface pulsed with bioluminescent veins that matched the cedar's patterns. They're responding to atmospheric contamination, creating a barrier to protect the oxygen-producing zone. Trees don't make tactical decisions, Young said. These do. The genetic matrices aren't simple plant DNA. They carry distributed intelligence protocols, defensive adaptation mechanisms. Page's expression was strange, awed and horrified. We didn't inherit a dead world. We inherited a learning ecosystem, and it's trying to survive us. Through the neural network, Mills felt the Cedar's awareness shift. The ship remained in orbit, monitoring, but its attention had focused planet-side. Not hostile, concerned. It had seeded countless worlds. But this hybrid template, human biology merged with extinct alien species, was unprecedented, even for a vessel millions of years old. The ship is accessing historical data, Bose transmitted. Previous integration attempts between incompatible biological systems. Success rate is 17%, and the other 83%, complete biosphere collapse. Both systems poison each other until the planet returns to sterile conditions. Mills looked at the settlement. 7 days of construction. Hab modules, water reclamation systems, agricultural test plots where they'd tried planting earthseeds in alien soil. Young's security team had even started building a perimeter wall. All of it potentially worthless in 48 hours. Options, he said aloud. We could evacuate to orbit, Shaw suggested. Live on the Cedar until the planetary chemistry stabilizes. With what supplies? We fabricated everything for ground operations. The ship's mass is depleted. Then we eliminate the silicon-based contamination, Young said. Targeted eradication. We locate the organisms producing sulfur dioxide and destroy them. That's genocide, Page snapped. Those are the last remnants of the original species. The ones we promised to honour. They're killing us. They don't know we exist. They're just metabolizing. It's not hostile, it's alive. The argument rippled through the neural network, fracturing the collective consciousness. Mills felt it fragmenting. Some minds aligned with Jung's survival-first pragmatism, others with Page's ethical preservation stance. The trees moved closer, not threatening, protective, as if the hybrid ecosystem recognized the humans were the vulnerable component now. Mills closed his eyes and reached through the neural link, not to the other humans, to the ship. The Cedar's awareness was vast, patient, and currently calculating biosphere compatibility matrices at speeds human cognition couldn't match. Mills felt it processing millions of variables: atmospheric chemistry, metabolic rates, genetic mutation potential, evolutionary adaptation timelines. "Can we survive this?" he asked it. The response came as pure data, translated through their neural interface into something approximating hope. Unknown. No precedent exists. But adaptation is universal principle. Life finds equilibrium or it ends. You must choose. Force equilibrium or allow natural selection. Natural selection will kill us. Perhaps. Or perhaps you evolve faster. Mills opened his eyes. Through the purple forest, artificial sunlight was beginning to crest the horizon. The suns burned steady now, their synchronized orbit painting the planet in perpetual dawn. "We don't fight it," he said. "We adapt to it." "Sir, we're human," Jung protested. "We can't just evolve on command." "No, but we can modify our behavior, change our metabolic impact, find symbiosis instead of dominance." Mills looked at Page. "You said the ecosystem is learning. Can we teach it?" Page stared at him. "Teach it what?" "That we're not invasive, that we can coexist, that we're willing to change our colony footprint to accommodate the silicon-based organisms." "How?" "The neural network. We're connected to the ship. The ship is connected to the genetic matrices it deployed. If we can extend our consciousness through that network..." "You want to communicate with an ecosystem," Bose said slowly. "Not individual organisms. The entire planetary biosphere is a distributed intelligence." "Yes, that's insane." "So was integrating with an alien ship. So was deploying a hybrid template. So was everything we've done since we boarded this vessel." Mills felt conviction harden. "We've already crossed every line that separated human from alien. One more won't kill us." "The sulfur dioxide might," Jung muttered. "Then we do it fast." 23 hours after the contamination alert, they attempted planetary neural integration. The Cedar had descended from orbit, settling into the valley adjacent to the settlement. Its massive hull created an artificial mountain, bioluminescent veins pulsing with the same rhythm as the surrounding forest. 95 people stood at its base, hands pressed against its surface. This wasn't like integrating with the ship. That had been cognitive expansion. Human minds touching structured alien intelligence. This was ecological immersion. They were trying to merge consciousness with billions of organisms across an entire planetary biosphere. "Atmospheric sulfur dioxide at 43% lethal threshold," Shaw reported. Her voice was calm, but Mills felt her fear through the neural link. "We have maybe 30 hours before breathing becomes unsustainable." "Everyone ready?" Mills asked. Through the network, 95 affirmatives resonated in harmony. "Then let's meet our planet." The Cedar activated its planetary interface protocols. Energy cascaded down its hull, spreading into the soil, racing through root systems and microbial networks, connecting every living thing in a 10-kilometer radius. Mills felt his consciousness explode, not painfully, but overwhelmingly. His awareness expanded from a single point to distributed existence across thousands of organisms simultaneously. He was the purple trees, their roots drinking mineral-rich water. He was the crimson algae coating the ocean's surface, converting starlight to chemical energy through mechanisms Earth biology had never evolved. He was the silicon-based organisms deep underground, their metabolic processes producing sulfur dioxide as naturally as humans exhaled carbon dioxide. None of it was hostile. None of it knew humans existed. The silicon organisms weren't invaders. They were indigenous. They'd been designated for this world millions of years ago, encoded in the original restoration template. They had as much right to exist here as the oxygen-breathing species. More, perhaps. This had been their planet first. Through the collective human consciousness, Mills felt Page's anguish intensify, felt Young's tactical frustration at facing a problem that couldn't be shot, felt Pittman's social engineering instincts trying to find common ground between chemistries that couldn't coexist, with a contamination someone transmitted. Mills couldn't identify who. The thought came from multiple minds simultaneously. We forced the ship to override its original mission. We're the ones who don't belong. Then we leave, came Young's response. To where? We don't have supplies for interstellar transit. Earth is impossible. Then we die nobly instead of killing another species. No, that was Mills. His consciousness resonated through the network with command authority that transcended rank. Not because he ordered them, but because he'd finally understood what the Cedar had been trying to teach them since the beginning. We don't die, and we don't kill. We change the equation. He pushed his awareness deeper into the planetary network, past the surface organisms, down through soil layers where silicon-based life clustered in thermal vents, their metabolism driven by geothermal heat. They were producing sulfur dioxide because they were consuming sulfur-rich minerals. It was the only energy source available in the deep substrate. But the upper layers, where oxygen-breathing organisms thrived, those layers were rich in different minerals, iron, magnesium, elements the silicon organisms could potentially metabolize if given access. The ecosystem is stratified, bows transmitted, deep layer silicon organisms, surface layer oxygen organisms. They're not competing, they're occupying different ecological niches. Then why is the sulfur dioxide reaching the surface? Because we disrupted the stratification, Page realized. Our construction. We dug foundations for HAB modules, drilled water wells, broke through the natural barrier layers. We created pathways for deep substrate gases to reach the surface. Mills felt the solution crystallize across 95 minds simultaneously. They didn't need to eliminate the silicon organisms. They needed to restore the geological stratification, seal the pathways their construction had created, let the deep layer and surface layer ecosystems exist in parallel without mixing. Can we do that in 30 hours? Shaw's engineering consciousness was already modelling solutions. With what equipment? We don't use equipment, Mills transmitted. We ask the planet to heal itself. He focused his consciousness on the purple trees. They demonstrated intelligence by forming protective barriers. Could they go further? Could they extend their root systems to fill the gaps human construction had created? Through the neural network, he felt the trees respond. Not with words, with intention. They could grow, but growth required resources. Nutrients currently allocated to defensive posturing would need to be redirected. The trees would become vulnerable while they worked. Then we protect them, Mills transmitted. Humans form the perimeter. We guard the ecosystem while it heals. The collective consciousness aligned. Not command structure. Pure cooperation. 95 people withdrew from the Cedar's hull and spread throughout the settlement. They formed defensive positions around the purple trees, weapons ready, not against the planet, but against any disruption that might interrupt the healing process. And the trees began to grow. Mills watched roots spread in time-lapse, faster than any earth plant could manage. They followed the pathways human construction had created, filling drill holes and foundation gaps with organic matter that would harden into geological seal. The process took 19 hours. By the 18th hour, atmospheric sulfur dioxide had peaked at 61% lethal threshold. People were breathing through emergency filters, their lungs burning with each inhale. By the 19th hour, the contamination levels began dropping, slowly at first, then accelerating as the root systems completed their barrier network, sealing the deep substrate gases away from surface atmosphere. By the 21st hour, they could breathe unfiltered again. The planet had healed itself, with human cooperation instead of human dominance. Mills collapsed against the Cedar's hull, his body shaking from exhaustion and relief. Through the neural network, he felt 95 other minds experiencing the same collapse. They'd been maintaining consciousness integration for nearly a full day, far beyond any previous attempt, but they'd survived. "We're still contamination," Page transmitted weakly. "We forced this planet to adapt to us instead of accepting its natural state." "No," Mills responded. "We didn't force anything, we asked. And the ecosystem chose to accommodate us because we were willing to change. Is that really different from colonization? Yes, because colonization is one-way imposition. This was negotiation. Through the planetary neural network, still active though fading, Mills felt something that might have been agreement. The hybrid biosphere wasn't Earth, wasn't the original silicon-based world either. It was something new, something that had never existed in billions of years of cosmic history. It was compromise rendered in genetic code. 14 days after landing, they received a transmission from Earth. Not radio. Gravitational wave communication, the same technology the Cedar used for interstellar positioning. The message had been travelling toward their last known location for weeks, desperately trying to reach them. Young brought Mills to the Cedar's communication nexus, where the transmission was being decoded. The gravitational waves carried audio data, compressed and distorted by distance. Captain Soto's voice crackled through. The Pathfinder 9 commander sounded exhausted. Repeating on all frequencies, "Pathfinder 9 to boarding team. If you can hear this, please respond. We have been searching for 9 days. The anomalous object executed spatial translation on March 17th at 04:23 hours. You vanished. No debris, no radiation signature, just gone. Space Force Command has designated you as missing in action. They want to classify the incident, bury it in compartmentalized archives, but I'm not giving up. I've convinced them to authorize a search pattern based on gravitational residue analysis. Mills, if you're alive, if you can hear this, we're looking for you. We haven't stopped. We won't stop. Come home." The transmission ended. Silence filled the chamber. Through the neural network, Mills felt 95 minds processing the same impossible question. Could they go home? The Cedar's propulsion system had been ready for 10 days. They could jump back to the solar system, could attempt to reach the coordinates where Pathfinder 9 was searching. But the supplies problem remained. And now there was something else, something they hadn't fully acknowledged until Soto's voice made it real. They weren't the same people who'd left. "We should respond," Young said quietly. "Let them know we survived." "And tell them what?" Pittman asked. "That we're alive but won't return? That we've integrated with alien consciousness and colonized a rogue planet? That we're legally Space Force personnel who abandoned our mission? We didn't abandon anything. We were stranded. Earth won't see it that way. They'll see 95 personnel who chose an alien world over coming home." Pittman looked around at the faces he'd kept unified through 7 months in space and 14 days of planetary crisis. "We'll be court-martialed, or worse, studied, quarantined. Our neural integration will be classified as contamination." Through the network, Mills felt the truth of that resonating. They'd changed in ways Earth Military Command wouldn't understand, wouldn't accept. The neural integration alone violated a dozen protocols about unauthorized cognitive modification. "I want to see my family," someone transmitted. Mills thought it was Ensign Martinez, but the emotional weight made individual identification difficult. "I want to tell my parents I'm alive. Let them know I'm okay." "Are you okay?" came the collective response. Not cruel, genuinely questioning. Are any of us? The question hung in the shared consciousness. They'd survived, adapted, built something unprecedented, but they'd also erased extinct species, violated ancient protocols, and fundamentally altered their own neurology. Okay wasn't a category that applied anymore. "We take a vote," Mills said. "Full consensus. Do we attempt contact with Earth, knowing it might mean surrender of everything we've built, or do we remain silent?" The collective consciousness assembled, 95 minds evaluating the question from every angle. The deliberation took hours. Individual perspectives clashed and harmonized, broke apart and reformed. Mills felt the decision crystallize slowly, like frost forming on glass. When consensus emerged, it surprised him. They would respond, but not with surrender, with invitation. 16 days after landing, they transmitted their response to Earth. Mills stood before the Cedars communication array, the words they'd collectively composed ready to send. Around him, 95 people waited in physical space and neural harmony. He activated the gravitational wave transmitter and spoke. "Pathfinder 9, this is Colonel Austin Mills. Boarding team status, alive. All 95 personnel accounted for. We're not in the solar system. The object you observed was an alien spacecraft, a terraforming vessel designed to restore dead worlds. It executed gravitational translation during our boarding operation and transported us approximately 400 light-years from Sol. We are currently in orbit around a rogue planet designated for restoration. The vessel's AI has integrated with human consciousness to complete its terraforming mission. The process required voluntary neural synchronization. All personnel have integrated. I need you to understand what that means. We are still human, still ourselves, but we are also more. We think collectively while maintaining individual identity. We communicate through neural networks. We experience distributed consciousness across biological and technological systems. Earth Space Force will classify this as contamination, as loss of human autonomy. They will be wrong. We chose integration, unanimously, because it was the only path to survival, and in doing so, we discovered something humanity needs to understand. We're not alone in the universe, and we never were. The vessel's archive logs indicate Earth was surveyed 4 million years ago and designated for silicon-based restoration. Something diverted that mission, something that may have influenced human evolution. We don't know what we are anymore, indigenous species or seeded intelligence. But we know what we've become. We've built a hybrid civilization, human and alien biology coexisting in a planetary ecosystem that has never existed before. We've achieved harmony with an intelligence that predates human history, and we've proven that adaptation is possible. This is not a distress call. This is a report. We are establishing permanent settlement. We request supply drops if Space Force is willing, but we do not require rescue. We have chosen this world. However, we also issue an invitation. Any personnel who wish to join us, scientists, engineers, colonists seeking something beyond Earth boundaries, we will accept them. The Cedar vessel remains functional. It can facilitate transport, and we have proven the integration process is survivable. We are not returning to Earth, but Earth is welcome to come to us. This is Colonel Austin Mills, commanding, no, not commanding, coordinating the Horizon settlement. We are alive, we are human, and we are building something new. End transmission. The gravitational waves carried his words into the void. 400 light-years back toward Earth, toward Pathfinder 9, toward a command structure that would likely classify everything. He just said as evidence of alien compromise. He didn't care. Through the neural network, he felt 95 minds aligned in acceptance. They'd chosen honesty over tactical advantage, chosen to risk Earth's rejection rather than hide what they'd become. "What do we do while we wait for response?" Young asked. "We build," Mills said. "We keep building." 6 weeks after landing, the warship's monitoring status changed. Mills was overseeing agricultural expansion, teaching Earth crop genetics how to thrive in hybrid soil chemistry, when the Seeder's awareness spiked alarm. The enforcement vessel is moving. Through the planetary neural network, 95 minds snapped to alert. The warship had remained in distant orbit since its arrival, watching but not interfering. Now it was descending, not toward the settlement, toward the northern continent, where volcanic activity created thermal vents that supported the deep substrate silicon organisms. "What's it doing?" Shaw transmitted. The answer came from the Seeder. "Deploying original template reinforcement. The enforcement vessel is attempting to restore designated species populations." The warship was trying to complete the mission they'd interrupted, trying to bring back the silicon-based biosphere that should have inherited this world. "That'll destabilize the entire ecosystem," Page transmitted. "We've achieved hybrid equilibrium. Introducing pure original template organisms will poison both systems." "Then we stop them," Young transmitted. "How? That ship is a 60-kilometre warship. We're 95 humans with small arms." Through the neural network, Mills felt panic rising. They'd survived planetary rejection, atmospheric contamination, and supply scarcity. Now they faced the very intelligence that had spared them initially. But something felt wrong. The enforcement vessel's actions were too aggressive, too unilateral. That contradicted everything they'd learned about the original civilization's protocols. They valued consensus, collective harmony, deliberate choice. "Unless they're testing us," Bose transmitted. "Testing what? Whether we'll defend our claim, whether we're willing to advocate for our hybrid ecosystem against their original designation." Mills felt the hypothesis resonate across 95 minds. It made terrible sense. The warship hadn't destroyed them immediately because they demonstrated collective harmony, the same value system the original civilization prized. Now the warship was creating a crisis to see if they'd regress into force-based solutions, or if they'd matured beyond that. "We don't fight," Mills transmitted. "We negotiate." He extended his consciousness through the Seeder's neural network, reaching toward the warship. Its AI was hardened against infiltration, but he wasn't trying to hack it. He was trying to communicate. "We see what you're doing," he transmitted. "You're forcing us to choose between violence and surrender, but we reject both options." The warship's response came as cold data. Planetary designation requires original template restoration. Hybrid deviation is temporary accommodation, not permanent solution. Then make it permanent. Recognize our claim. Acknowledge that intelligence has the right to shape its own environment. You are unscheduled variables. Your claim has no precedent in archive protocols. Then we become precedent. We become the first example of hybrid civilization approved by your protocols. The warship's AI processed that. Mills felt it calculating probability matrices, evaluating precedent expansion against archive preservation imperatives. Insufficient evidence of long-term viability. Hybrid systems have 83% collapse rate. Then monitor us, test us, give us the chance to prove we're in the 17% that succeeds. Mills pushed every ounce of conviction through the neural link. Your civilization built the Seeder vessels to restore life. We're asking you to recognize that restoration can take forms you didn't anticipate. that life adapts in ways your archives can't predict. We are adaptation. We are what happens when intelligence encounters intelligence across cosmic distance. We're what you built the Cedars to enable. Silence from the warship. Its descent had stopped, hovering above the northern continent but not deploying its genetic reinforcement. Then, finally, hybrid civilization. Status. Provisional. Monitoring. Extended. 1 Earth century. Survival requirement. Demonstrable ecosystem stability and cross-species. Integration protocols. Failure results in planetary sterilization and template reset. The warship reversed course, ascending back to distant orbit. They had 100 years to prove they deserved to exist. Through the neural network, Mills felt the collective consciousness exhale. Relief mixed with understanding of how fragile their claim remained. "A century," Pittman transmitted. "That's 4 generations. Our grandchildren's will still be on trial." "Then we better build something worth inheriting," Mills responded. 50 years after landing, Austin Mills died. Not from violence or disease, from age. His human biology had limits even neural integration couldn't fully transcend. He died in his sleep, surrounded by the collective consciousness of 1,214 minds. His awareness dispersed gradually, bleeding into the neural network that had sustained him for half a century. He didn't disappear. His thoughts, his memories, his experiences remained encoded in the collective consciousness. Future generations would access them, learn from them, carry them forward. He became memory-made distributed intelligence. His last thought translated through the neural network into words everyone could understand. We're not conquerors. We're not even founders. We're the second draft of an ancient story, and we're making it better than the first. Then he was gone, and everyone. 200 years after landing, the 4th-generation descendants of the original 95 prepared the Cedar for departure. Horizon had grown into a confederation of 12 settlements across 5 continents. Population, 14,306. All integrated, all carrying the collective consciousness that bridged human and alien neural architecture. They'd built starships of their own design, hybrid vessels that combined Earth engineering with Cedar fabrication technology. They'd explored their stellar neighborhood, catalogued 7 dead worlds suitable for restoration. Now they were ready to seed their first planet. The mission commander was Sophia Martinez Banks, 70 years old and descended from the first generation born on Horizon. She'd never seen Earth, never breathed unintegrated air, never experienced consciousness that didn't extend into collective awareness. She stood before the Cedar, the ancient vessel that had brought her ancestors to this world, and felt its patient intelligence through the neural link. "You ready for this?" her co-commander asked. Kai Pittman, grandson of Spencer Pittman, carrying his ancestors' gift for social harmony. "No," Sophia said honestly, "but we're doing it anyway." The Cedar pulsed agreement. They departed Horizon orbit carrying 500 volunteers. Behind them, the planet they'd proven viable continued its endless experiment in hybrid existence. Ahead, a dead world waited for resurrection. And in distant orbit, unnoticed by anyone, a warship materialized briefly. It observed Sophia's vessel, recorded its trajectory, calculated probability matrices for its mission success. Then it transmitted a message back through the cosmic network that connected all Cedar vessels across the galaxy. New precedent established. Hybrid civilization. Horizon has initiated independent restoration mission. Classification. Successful evolution. Status. No longer experimental. Recommendation. Monitor other. Hybrid civilizations for similar developmental patterns. Humanity designation. Update. From restoration target to restoration agent. They have become what they were meant to become. The warship jumped away, leaving Horizon to write its own future. Somewhere in the vast darkness between stars, 95 human consciousnesses had merged with alien intelligence and created something the universe had never seen. Not conquest, not surrender, adaptation. And across the galaxy, dead worlds waited for the second draft to arrive. White without end. He's already standing in the clearing when the light stops the wind. The rifle stock is slick against his cheek, the scope's crosshairs fixed on nothing, just white birch trunks 200 yards out where the elk trail cuts through deadfall. His finger rests outside the trigger guard, breathing shallow, patient, the kind of stillness that takes years to learn and seconds to break. The dog stops panting first. Marcus lowers the rifle an inch, glancing down. Bailey, a 6-year-old shepherd mixed with one torn ear from a bear encounter 3 seasons back, has gone rigid, hackles raised. Not the alert stance of prey nearby, something else. The animal's lips pull back, but no sound comes, just teeth and the white rim of eye. "Bay," Marcus whispers. The wind dies mid-gust, not gradually, not the natural fade of mountain air shifting valleys. It simply stops, the way a recording cuts when you pull the plug. Pine branches that had been swaying hang, motionless. The aspen leaves, still clinging gold and brittle to their branches, freeze. No rustle, no movement. The silence swells. Marcus's breath clouds in front of his face, but he can't hear himself exhale. His heartbeat thuds in his ears, too loud now, filling the void where wind should be. He straightens, rifle lowering to his hip, and that's when the metallic taste blooms across his tongue. Copper and ozone, like licking a battery. The light appears without arriving, not above, not descending, simply present, hanging 30 feet over the clearing centre where frost still clings to the grass. Pale, colourless, not white, not blue. A light that seems to pull at his eyes rather than shine into them. It casts no shadows beneath the trees. The pines remain dark. His own shadow doesn't stretch or shift. What the... The air thickens. Pressure builds behind his eyes. A sensation like diving too deep too fast. His sinuses ache. Bailey backs up 3 steps, still silent, still, staring. The fur along her spine stands in a perfect ridge. Marcus raises the rifle. Muscle memory. Threat assessment. The scope finds the light and everything inside the glass goes white. Featureless. Depthless. He jerks his eye away, blinking spots. "Get out of here!" His voice sounds flat, absorbed. The words don't carry. The light expands, not moving, not growing, just suddenly larger, occupying more space than it did a moment before. The edge of it reaches the tree line. Where it touches pine bark, the wood seems to darken, or maybe it's his vision distorting. The ground beneath it, brown grass and scattered leaves, looks wrong. Too flat, two-dimensional. His hands tighten on the rifle. "I said get!" Gravity shifts, not violently, subtly, like the mountain tilted 3 degrees and his inner ear is screaming that up is slightly left now. Marcus staggers, boot heel catching on a root. The rifle barrel dips. Bailey brakes. The dog bolts, not toward him, away, crashing through. Underbrush toward the ridge. No bark, no howl. Just the crack of branches and the receding scrabble of claws on stone. "Bailey!" Marcus runs after her, or tries to. His legs move, but the ground feels spongy, resistant. Each step takes too much effort. The tree line is 20 yards away. 15. The light expands again, and now it's ahead of him, between him and the pines, though he never saw it move. He fires. The rifle kicks against his shoulder. He feels the recoil, sees the muzzle flash, but there's no report. The sound doesn't exist. The bullet disappears into the light and nothing happens. No impact, no ricochet, nothing. The metallic taste intensifies. His molars ache. The pressure behind his eyes spikes and Marcus drops to one knee, rifle clattering on stone. His vision tunnels. The edges go dark, vignetting inward. The light fills everything now. His skin prickles, not on the surface but beneath, like static electricity crawling through muscle fibre and nerve. He tries to scream. His throat works. Vocal cords vibrate, but the sound dies in his chest, smothered, impossible. The ground leaves his feet, not pulled, not lifted. The distinction matters in some distant part of his brain that's still cataloguing, still trying to make sense. He doesn't feel hands or force or wind. He simply stops being connected to Earth. His stomach lurches. The rifle tumbles from his grip, spinning slowly as it falls away below him. Marcus twists, reaching for anything, branch, rock, reality. But there's only air and light. His body rotates, weightless, and the clearing pivots beneath him. He sees the ridge where two bow hunters should be glassing for elk, sees the dark line of the forest, sees his truck, a red speck a half-mile down the fire road. Then the light swallows everything. White, absolute, boundless. When sensation returns, it comes in fragments. Cold against his back, pressure on his wrists, the inability to move. Marcus's eyes snap open, but there's nothing to focus on. Just white. Seamless white that curves upward and outward, swallowing distance. No ceiling, no walls, no corners. His brain struggles to find reference, depth, dimension, anything, but the space refuses definition. He tries to sit up. His body doesn't respond. Panic detonates in his chest. He can't move his arms, can't move his legs. His head is locked somehow, facing upward, and when he strains against whatever's holding him, the resistance is absolute. Not metal, not rope. Something that yields slightly but doesn't break. Warm, almost soft. No, not soft. Alive. The surface beneath him pulses. Subtle at first, he thinks he's imagining it, but then stronger. A slow, rhythmic contraction, like muscle tissue flexing. The platform rises slightly under his spine, adjusting, and Marcus feels it learning his shape. Conforming. His breath comes fast and shallow, hyperventilating. The white above him shimmers slightly with each exhale, condensation that shouldn't be visible in a light this bright. "Help!" The word tears out of his throat. "Help!" His voice sounds strange, muffled. The white absorbs it. Something changes in the air. Marcus feels it before he sees anything. A shift in pressure, temperature dropping. His skin begins to prickle. Not surface goosebumps, but deeper. A sensation like frost forming inside his veins. The prickling spreads. Arms, chest, legs. It crawls beneath his skin, tracing pathways he's never felt before. Nerve clusters, arterial branches, the internal geography of his body mapped by something outside it. He can't even thrash, can only strain uselessly against the restraints and feel his pulse hammering against his carotid. They step into view without walking. 3 of them, slender, grey-skinned, limbs too narrow, joints at wrong angles, heads bulbous, disproportionate. The eyes, black, fully black, no whites, reflect nothing. No light, no Marcus, just depthless dark that suggests depth without providing it. Marcus's bladder releases. Warm urine spreads beneath him and the platform pulses faster, absorbing. No, 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 no. The words spill out. Meaningless. Animal. The nearest grey tilts its head. Not curiosity, just observation. Assessing. Its mouth, a barely visible slit, doesn't move. No expression, no malice, no mercy. It extends a hand, 4 fingers, too long. The skin is textured up close, faintly translucent. Beneath it, Marcus sees threads of something moving, bioluminescent veins pulsing with light that isn't quite light. There's no tool visible, no instrument. The Grey's hand passes over his abdomen. Something phases through his skin, not cutting, not piercing. It passes through as if his flesh is only mist. Marcus feels pressure inside his stomach. Not pain yet, just wrongness. The sensation of something where nothing should be. His muscles convulse involuntarily, stomach clenching. The Grey's fingers move slightly and the pressure shifts. Deeper. Marcus feels it against his liver, his intestines. A slow spreading sensation like cold water filling his abdominal cavity. He screams. The sound comes out strangled, barely human. His throat is raw. The platform beneath him tightens in response. Bands of pressure across his chest and thighs. His spine arches and he can't straighten it. Can't fight. Can only feel his body betray him. Shaking, twitching, emptying itself of control. The white surface above him begins to shimmer. Images flicker in the air, translucent at first, gaining solidity. His childhood bedroom materializes. Small, wood-panelled walls. The smell of whiskey he shouldn't be able to smell in a memory but does. Sweet and acrid. His father stands in the doorway, backlit, hand reaching for his collar. "No!" Marcus chokes. "Stop!" The hand tightens. He's 8 years old again, lifted, feet kicking. His father's face close. Bourbon breath, eyes red-rimmed. "You think you can talk back to me? Think you're a man?" The sound of his own child voice crying. The door slamming. The darkness of the closet where he spent the next 4 hours. The terror is immediate, visceral. The same spike of fear he felt at 8 years old, unprocessed, unfiltered. His adult mind is trapped in his child body and the fear is pure. The platform beneath him pulses faster, much faster. Something inside his skull ignites, a spike of sensation so sharp it makes his vision white out. Not pain exactly. Worse. Like every fear receptor in his brain firing simultaneously. Nausea rolls through him. The Grey closest to him tilts its head further. 30 degrees, 40. The memory stops. The white returns. Seamless. Silent. Marcus gasps for air. Tears stream from his eyes. He can't wipe them. Can't move. The moisture tracks into his hairline. "Please," he whispers. "Please don't." The memory starts again, but different. The angle shifts. He sees his father from slightly right instead of head-on. The lighting is dimmer. The hand moves slower, reaching not grabbing. His father's face is more distorted. Features stretched, eyes too wide. The fear spikes again, but wrong somehow. Sharper, less grounded. The memory has been altered, and his brain knows it, but the terror still fires. Still real. The Grey observes. The memory resets. This time the door never closes. This time his father's hand hovers. Doesn't strike. The moment freezes. Anticipation without resolution. Marcus's nervous system floods with adrenaline anyway. Waiting for impact that doesn't come. The fear of anticipation is worse than the fear of pain. Again. Reset. Again. They're adjusting variables. The realization cuts through the terror. Cold. Clinical. They're not torturing him for information. Not punishing. They're studying. Measuring. Each iteration slightly different. Each spike in neurological panic carefully observed. They're studying fear the way a biologist studies reflexes in a frog's leg. The white above him fractures into a dozen overlapping images. His mother's funeral, her grey face in the casket. His first kiss, Jenny Morrison behind the gymnasium. Bailey bounding through snow, elk running, his hands on the rifle, all of it playing simultaneously, layered, overlapping. Each memory is magnified, examined. The comfort stripped away until only raw neural signal remains. Marcus tries to hold on to something stable. A prayer, his sister's face, the smell of pine, anything. But the moment the emotion stabilizes, they adjust. The white flickers. He sees other memories, not his. A woman screaming, a child in a crib, an old man reaching for a phone. The images are fragmented, half-formed, but they're human. Different humans. He's not the first. The platform pulses beneath him, and Marcus understands with dawning horror. They're not interested in him specifically. They're interested in human response. Pain is not punishment. It is data collection. And they have all the time in the world. The resets come faster now. Marcus loses count after the 7th cycle, or maybe the 17th. Time has stopped functioning the way it should. The white chamber offers no shadows to track movement, no temperature shift to mark hours, just the endless, seamless curve and the platform pulsing beneath him. His father's face appears again, whiskey bottle in hand. But this time the bottle is green instead of brown. This time the kitchen behind him has different wallpaper. This time Marcus is 10 instead of 8. The fear spikes anyway. The grey adjusts something invisible and the scene fractures. His father's face splits into 3 overlapping versions, each one slightly more distorted than the last. Marcus's child voice screams from multiple angles. The sound echoes wrong, delayed, multiplying. His adult body convulses on the platform, the bands tighten across his chest. He can't breathe, can't reset. White. Silence. His lungs fill with air he doesn't remember gasping for. The second grey moves closer. Its hand extends toward his head, and Marcus tries to flinch away, but his neck is locked in place. The fingers hover above his temple, not touching, and something cold slides into his skull. Not through bone, through. Like ice water injected directly into his frontal lobe. The cold spreads in branches, seeking, mapping. Marcus feels it trace the ridges of his brain, feels it catalogue. Every synapse firing becomes visible to them somehow. Readable. A new memory surfaces without his permission. His mother in the hospital bed, tubes in her arms, the morphine pump clicking, her hand in his, 14 years old, too young, too scared. She tries to smile, but her lips are cracked and bleeding. "Take care of your sister," she whispers. The words loop. "Take care of your sister. Take care of your sister." The fear beneath the memory isn't sharp like his father's rages. It's deep, oceanic. The fear of being left alone. The fear of responsibility he isn't ready for. The platform pulses violently. Marcus feels something tear loose. In his mind. Not physical. Deeper. Like a cable being yanked from a socket. The memory stutters. His mother's face pixelates. The hospital room flickers between beige walls and white chamber walls. "No." His voice cracks. "Not that. Please, not that." The memory resets. But now his mother's face is wrong. Eyes too large. Skin grey. When she speaks, her mouth doesn't sync with the words. "Take care of your sister." The voice is his mother's, but coming from somewhere else. Behind him, above him, inside the walls. Marcus screams until his throat closes, until the sound becomes a wheeze, until nothing comes out at all. The greys observe, reset. The third grey produces something. Marcus sees it this time. A cylinder no larger than a pen, translucent, filled with liquid light that pulses in rhythm with the platform. The grey holds it above Marcus's chest, tilting it slightly. The tip touches his sternum. There's no pain at first, just pressure. Then the sensation of something burrowing, not cutting through skin. His flesh simply parts, bloodless. He feels it slide between his ribs, feels it navigate past his heart, deeper, behind his lungs. His body bucks, the restraints hold. The platform ripples beneath him like disturbed water. The Grey's hand follows the cylinder down. Those translucent fingers press against Marcus's chest, and he can see, actually see, his own ribs through the alien's palm. The hand phases partially into his body. Something moves beneath his sternum, cold, metallic, alive. The Grey withdraws the cylinder, but the cold remains, spreads. Marcus feels it attached to something vital. Not his heart, beside it, between the chambers. A second pulse establishes itself, slower than his heartbeat, deliberate. Thump, his heart, thump, his heart, thump, something else. The rhythm is wrong, syncopated. His nervous system rejects it but can't stop it. The new pulse continues, independent, foreign. The Grey steps back. Marcus's vision blurs. The white above. Him darkens at the edges. He's going to pass out. Thank God. Finally. Unconsciousness rising like a tide. They pull him back. Something sharp behind his eyes. A jolt. His vision clears instantly. The encroaching darkness retreats. They won't let him escape into unconsciousness. Won't let him hide. Kill me, Marcus whispers. His lips are cracked. When did they crack? Just kill me. The Greys tilt their heads in unison. Same angle, same timing. They don't understand the request. Or they understand and it's irrelevant. The memory cycles become aggressive. They no longer show complete scenes. Now they're fragments, flashes, rapid-fire images that his brain can't process fast enough. His sister's face, Bailey's torn ear, the elk trail, his father's hand, his mother's morphine pump, Jenny Morrison's lips, the rifle scope, whiskey bottle, hospital beige, pine bark, frost on grass. Each image lasts half a second. Each one triggers a different neurological response: fear, love, shame, longing, grief. The emotions slam into him faster than he can name them. His identity begins to fragment. The memories stop being his. He sees a woman he doesn't know giving birth, sees a man he's never met burying a dog, sees a child learning to swim. The emotions are still real. Terror, joy, sorrow. But they're unmoored from context. He forgets his name, not metaphorically, actually forgets. The knowledge simply isn't there. When he tries to grasp it, there's only white space, a gap where identity should be. The panic this creates is different, primal. Without name, without memory, he is nothing. The platform registers the spike. The new pulse beneath his ribs accelerates. The Greys lean closer. They return his name 3 seconds later. Marcus. It appears in his mind like a word on a screen. Installed. Not remembered. He sobs. The relief is overwhelming. Pathological. They took his name and gave it back, and he's grateful. The gratitude makes him hate himself. Makes him hate them. Makes him reset. The gratitude vanishes. The name vanishes. He is nothing again. They're teaching him something. Training him. Every time they take and return, the fear of loss deepens. Every reset makes the erasure more complete. He begins to dread the white silence between memories. Because in the silence he doesn't exist. Time fractures completely. Marcus can't tell if minutes or days are passing. The cycles blur together. Sometimes he's 8 years old. Sometimes he's 36. Sometimes he's nobody at all. The Greys change their approach. Instead of memories, they project geometries, shapes that don't belong in three-dimensional space, tesseracts folding through themselves, impossible angles that make his eyes ache. His brain tries to process them and fails, tries to reject them and can't. The shapes rotate slowly in the white air above him. Looking at them creates nausea, a sick vertigo. His sense of up and down inverts. The platform beneath him might be ceiling. The white above might be floor. His body loses orientation. One of the greys extends a filament from its fingertip, thin as spider silk, glowing faintly. It touches Marcus's spine between his shoulder blades. The filament slides in. He feels it travel down his vertebrae, feels it brush against his spinal cord. The sensation is obscene, intimate. It's inside the most protected part of him, the part that controls everything, and he can't stop it. The filament branches, spreads along nerve pathways, down his legs, up into his skull. Each branch is cold fire. Each one maps him from inside. His legs spasm, toes curling, muscles firing randomly. The grey adjusts something and Marcus's left arm lifts. He didn't tell it to lift, didn't choose, but it raises anyway, fingers spreading, and he is passenger in his own body watching it happen. The arm lowers, his right leg kicks, his jaw opens and closes. They're testing control. The filament withdraws slowly. Each centimetre of retraction feels like being unzipped from inside. When it finally exits through his skin, Marcus is shaking so violently the platform has to pulse in waves to hold him steady. Somewhere far away, or maybe very close, he hears screaming, human screaming, multiple voices. For a moment he thinks they've brought others here, other abductees. He's not alone. But then he recognises one of the voices. It's his. He's been screaming and didn't know it. His throat is raw hamburger. Each breath scrapes. The metallic taste has returned, stronger now. He tastes blood. The greys withdraw to the edge of his vision, conferring maybe, or observing. Their heads tilt toward each other but no sound emerges. Communication without language, without sound. Marcus tries to form a prayer, any prayer, the words his mother taught him before bed. Now I lay me down to sleep. The memory of the prayer is there, but when he tries to feel it, tries to access the comfort it once provided, there's nothing, just words, empty, syllables. They've taken something, some capacity for comfort, for faith. Or maybe it was never real to begin with. The white above him shifts, not colour, texture. The seamless surface develops grain, pixels. He can see individual points of light now, thousands of them, like stars. The stars begin to move, they swirl, form patterns, constellations he doesn't recognise. The Grey's home sky, maybe, or another abductee's memory, or something manufactured to test his response to beauty. Despite everything, he feels wonder. It lasts 2 seconds. The platform spikes, the new pulse hammers. The Greys tilt their heads in perfect synchronization. They measured the wonder the same way they measured the fear. There's no escape through positive emotion either. The worst part comes without warning. The chamber goes dark, total darkness. The white disappears, the greys disappear. Marcus is alone in absolute black, and his mind, already fragile, begins to fracture differently, without external reference. Without sensory input, his consciousness starts to drift. He might be floating, might be falling, no way to tell. Is the platform still beneath him? He can't feel it anymore, can't feel his body, can't feel anything. Am I dead? The thought arrives clearly, rationally. This could be death, the afterlife, nothing. Panic tries to spike, but there's nothing to spike in. No body to flood with adrenaline, no heart to race. He is thought without form, mind without matter. The darkness lasts forever, or 3 seconds. When the white returns, sudden, absolute, Marcus gasps. Except he's not sure if he actually gasps or just remembers gasping. His body might have been breathing the whole time, or might have stopped. The greys are closer now, much closer, one directly above him. Its face inches from his, close enough that he can see the texture of its skin, not smooth like he thought, porous, almost scaled. The translucent epidermis reveals networks beneath, not veins, something else, channels carrying light instead of blood. The eyes are worse up close, not black. Black is a colour. These are absence. They're holes, depths. Looking into them creates the sensation of falling inward. The grey's mouth opens slightly. The slit widens. Inside, no teeth, no tongue, just darkness and a faint vibration. Is it breathing? Does it breathe? The being places its hand against Marcus's chest, directly over the new pulse. Connection establishes. Marcus feels it. Not physical touch. Deeper. The thing beneath his ribs responds. Wakes up. The foreign pulse accelerates and suddenly Marcus can feel what the grey is feeling. Nothing. Absolute zero emotion. No fear. No curiosity, no satisfaction, just observation, pure data collection. The lack of feeling is so profound it creates a void in Marcus's chest. This is what they are, empty of everything humans consider essential. The hand withdraws, the connection severs. Marcus is crying again, not from pain, from loneliness, from recognition. If they succeed, if whatever they're installing in him completes, he'll become that. Empty, observant, nothing. The white begins to collapse, not gradually. It folds inward like paper. The seamless chamber creases, geometric impossibilities. The corners that didn't exist now appear, acute and wrong. The platform releases him. All at once, the restraints simply stop. Marcus's arms drop to his sides. His legs can move. His head can turn. But he doesn't know how to move anymore. The commands from brain to muscle don't connect properly. When he tries to sit up, his left arm spasms. His right leg kicks. The filament did something. Changed something. The greys are gone. Where did they go? When did they leave? The white continues folding. Smaller. Tighter. Marcus is inside a shrinking box of light and he needs to move, needs to escape, but his body won't coordinate. Finally, darkness. Different than before. Natural darkness. Cold air on his face, the smell of pine. He wakes. In the clearing. Same frost on grass. But the light is different. Wrong time of day. Late afternoon instead of morning. How long? Marcus tries to stand. His legs don't respond correctly. He gets to hands and knees, gasping. His palms press into cold earth. Real earth. Solid. Something's wrong with his boots. He looks down. The rubber soles have melted partially into the soil. Not burned. Fused. The synthetic material and organic dirt have merged. When he pulls his foot up, strings of boot soles stretch like taffy, still connected to ground. His skin is ice cold despite the sun. He manages to stand. The world tilts. He staggers, catching himself against a birch trunk. The bark is rough against his palm. Real. Textured. How long was he gone? The truck is still visible down the fire road. Red speck. Unchanged. He walks toward it. Each step feels wrong. His body moves, but he's not entirely sure he's the one moving it, like someone else is operating the controls and he's just watching through the eyes. The metallic taste is still in his mouth. The new pulse still beats beneath his ribs. He reaches the truck in what feels like seconds, but might be an hour. Time is broken. His sense of duration destroyed. The driver's side door is unlocked. His keys are still in the ignition. He doesn't remember leaving them there. The radio is on. Static between stations. He turns it off. Drives home through gathering dusk. The road is empty. No other vehicles. The mountains look different. Sharper. Too detailed. He can see individual trees on ridges 2 miles away. His vision has changed. Enhanced. Or he's noticing things he always ignored. Home appears in the headlights. Small house, gravel drive, porch light on. Bailey should be barking. The thought arrives automatically, but no sound comes from inside. Marcus kills the engine, sits in the truck cab in silence. His hands rest on the steering wheel. They look like his hands, same scars, same calluses, but they feel distant, borrowed. The front door opens. A woman steps out. His sister, Rachel, younger by 3 years. She drove up from Denver when he didn't answer his phone. How does he know that? He didn't see her car, didn't hear her arrive, but he knows. She runs toward the truck. Her face is pale, eyes red. Marcus? Oh my God, where have you been? It's been 5 days. 5 days, not hours, not 1 day. 5. She reaches the truck door, yanks it open, tries to hug him but he's stiff, can't bend correctly, can't return the embrace. I'm calling Sheriff Dixon. Jesus, you're freezing. What happened? Where's Bailey? Bailey. The dog. Marcus turns his head slowly, looks past Rachel to the porch. Bailey's there, sitting, watching. The shepherd's ears are forward, but she doesn't approach, doesn't bark, doesn't move. Rachel is talking, questions pouring out, but Marcus can't focus on the words. He's watching the dog. Bailey's head tilts. Same angle the greys tilted theirs, 30 degrees. The dog's eyes reflect the porch light. 2 green mirrors, watching, measuring. Marcus feels the pulse beneath his ribs respond. Thump. The dog stands. Thump. Walks backward into the house. Thump. Disappears into shadow. Rachel is shaking his shoulder. Marcus, say something. Are you hurt? Should I take you to the hospital? He looks at his sister. Her face is familiar. He knows her name, knows she's family, but he can't feel anything about it. The knowledge is there. The emotion isn't. I'm fine, he says. His voice sounds wrong, flat. The words are correct, but the intonation is off, like speech generated by algorithm. Rachel's face changes. Fear flickers across it. She takes a step back. You're not fine, she whispers. Something's wrong with you. Marcus climbs out of the truck. His movements are jerky, uncoordinated. He tries to walk normally toward the house, but his gait is wrong, feet landing in the wrong rhythm. Rachel follows at a distance. She's afraid of him. The pulse beneath, his ribs accelerates, feeding. The house smells wrong. Marcus stands in the doorway of his own kitchen. Coffee rings on the counter, unwashed dishes in the sink, the same pine-scented cleaner Rachel always uses. But the smell underneath is different. Chemical. Sterile. Like the white chamber has followed him home. He knows it hasn't. The smell is in his sinuses, burned into his olfactory nerve. Rachel hovers near the table, phone in her hand. I'm calling Dixon. You need to be checked out. 5 days, Marcus. 5 days and you just show up driving your truck like nothing happened? Don't call him. The words come out too fast. Clipped. He hears it but can't correct it. His mouth forms syllables. His brain selects half a second too late. Rachel's thumb freezes over the screen. Why not? I'm fine. You're not fine. Look at you. She gestures at him. His dirt-stained jeans, the way he's standing too straight, the way he hasn't blinked in 30 seconds. What happened out there? Marcus's eyes move to the living room doorway. Bailey should be visible from here. The dog always positions herself where she can watch him, but the doorway's empty. Where's Bailey? He asks. She's been... Rachel hesitates. She won't come near me, won't eat. She's been sitting in your room since she came back 3 days ago. Marcus, what the hell happened? 3 days ago. The dog came back alone 3 days ago. He was still in the chamber then, still strapped to the platform, still being unmade. Rachel takes a step closer. Her face is pale, eyes searching his. Please, talk to me. You're scaring me. The pulse beneath his ribs responds. Thump. Her fear registers like a scent. No, like a frequency. He can feel it in the air between them. a vibration at a pitch only the thing inside him can detect. Thump. The new pulse accelerates, not his heartbeat. The other one, the installed one. Marcus backs away. I need to sleep. You need a hospital. I need to sleep. He walks past her, down the hallway. His gait is still wrong, feet landing too deliberately like he's thinking about each step instead of letting muscle memory guide him. His bedroom door is closed. He doesn't remember closing it. The knob is cold under his palm. He turns it slowly. The door opens 6 inches and stops, something blocking it from inside. Bailey. The shepherd is pressed against the door, not barking, not growling, just there, preventing entry. When Marcus pushes harder, the dog doesn't budge. 90 pounds of muscle and bone holding the door. Bay? The dog's eyes appear in the gap, green in the hallway light, reflecting, not blinking. Marcus pushes again. Bailey finally gives ground, sliding backward across the hardwood. The door opens fully. The dog retreats to the far corner, sits, stares. Marcus enters and closes the door behind him. The room is familiar. Same bed, same dresser, same window facing the mountains. But everything feels staged, like a recreation of his room rather than the actual space he's slept in for 6 years. He sits on the edge of the bed. Bailey hasn't moved. The dog's eyes track him, but the body remains rigid. No tail wag, no approach. The animal's breathing is shallow, barely visible. I'm sorry, Marcus says. For what? For coming back wrong? For whatever's inside him that makes his own dog afraid? Bailey's head tilts. 30 degrees. Same angle the greys used. Marcus's throat tightens. He reaches toward her. Come here, girl, it's okay. It's... Bailey's lips pull back. Not a snarl, something else. A silent warning. The message is clear. Don't touch me. Marcus's hand drops. He lies back on the bed, still clothed, boots still on. The ceiling is white, not chamber white, just normal ceiling white. But his brain can't distinguish anymore. All white is the same white. He closes his eyes, immediately regrets it. Behind his eyelids, corridors, white corridors stretching infinitely. He can feel the platform beneath him even, though he's on his mattress, can hear the low harmonic tones the greys use to communicate. His eyes snap open. The ceiling. Normal ceiling. He tries again. Eyes closed. The white chamber returns instantly, waiting for him. Always waiting. Sleep is no longer refuge. It's re-entry. 3 days pass, or maybe 3 hours. Time won't stabilize. Marcus sits at the kitchen table watching the clock. The second hand moves. Tick, tick, tick. But the intervals feel wrong. Sometimes too fast. Sometimes frozen. Rachel makes coffee. Scrambled eggs. She tries to get him to eat. You need food, Marcus. You've lost weight. Has he? He looks down at his hands. The knuckles are more prominent, the wrist bones visible beneath skin. When did that happen? He picks up the fork, brings eggs to his mouth, chews. The texture is right. The taste is there. But there's no pleasure, no satisfaction. Just the mechanical process of consuming fuel. Rachel watches him eat. Sheriff Dixon wants to talk to you. No. He said the bow hunters, the ones who were up on Northridge that day, they said they didn't see anything. No light, no disturbance, nothing. Marcus sets the fork down. They're lying. Why would they lie? I don't know. But he does know. Somewhere in the hollowed out parts of his mind, he knows. The hunters saw. They denied it anyway. Because admitting it means admitting the world isn't what they thought. Easier to lie. Rachel's phone buzzes. She glances at the screen. That's him again. Dixon. He's worried. Tell him I'm fine. I can't tell him that. You're not fine. Look at you. You barely sleep. You barely eat. You just sit there staring at nothing. I said I'm fine. His voice comes out wrong again, too sharp, too loud. Rachel flinches. The pulse responds. Thump. Her fear. He can taste it. Metallic and electric. Thump. I'm going outside, Marcus says. Stands too quickly. The chair tips backward, clatters against linoleum. Rachel doesn't try to stop him. He walks out, the back door into morning light. The sun is too bright. Everything is too bright. His pupils won't adjust correctly. The world is overexposed. Colours too vivid, edges too sharp. The field behind his house stretches a quarter mile to the tree line. Dead grass. A few scattered pines. Mountains beyond. Marcus walks into it. He doesn't decide to walk. His legs just move, carrying him forward while his mind watches from somewhere behind his eyes. 20 yards out. 50. 100. He stops. Didn't choose to stop. Just stopped. The sun is warm on his face, but he can't feel warmth anymore. Just the fact of light. The physics of it. Photons striking skin. He looks up. Blue sky. A few clouds. Perfectly normal October sky. But something's different. The stars are still there. He can't see them, not with his eyes. But he can feel them. Thousands of them, burning behind the blue. The daytime sky's just a curtain, and he's aware of everything behind it now. The pulse beneath his ribs sinks, with something overhead. Thump. A satellite maybe. Or something else. Something watching. Thump. His chest tightens. Not pain. Pressure. The thing inside him is responding to something outside. Answering a signal he can't hear. Marcus tries to walk back to the house. His legs don't respond. He stands in the field, locked in place, while the pulse communicates with the sky. He loses time. Seconds at first. He's standing in the field. Then he's in the kitchen. No memory of walking back. No sense of transition. Rachel is cooking dinner. You okay? Was he outside? For how long? Yeah. You've been gone for 2 hours. 2 hours. Gone. Erased. It happens again that night. He's in bed. Eyes open, ceiling white above him. Then he's standing in the field again. Night time now. Stars overhead. Clear and impossibly bright. He's not wearing shoes. The frost bites his feet. He can see the sensation. Nerves firing, temperature drop, but can't quite feel it. The pain signal travels but doesn't. Arrive. How did he get here? Did he walk? Did he black out? The pulse is faster now, hammering beneath his ribs. Thump, thump, thump. He looks down at his chest. In the starlight he can almost see it. A faint glow beneath his sternum. Pale blue. Pulsing in rhythm with something above. Marcus raises his eyes to the sky. The stars are moving. Not all of them. Just 3. Forming a triangle. They shift position slowly, precisely, adjusting into alignment. He knows, without knowing how he knows, that they're not stars. The triangle completes. The pulse beneath his ribs peaks. Something passes between him and the sky. Not visible, not audible, but present. Information transfer. Data upload. They're still studying him. The abduction didn't end. It paused. Morning. Marcus is in his bed again. Feet muddy. Sheets dirty. Bailey pressed against the corner wall, trembling. He sits up. His body responds normally now. No jerking. No lag. Whatever happened in the field recalibrated something. Rachel knocks on the door. Marcus? You decent? Yeah. She enters carrying coffee, sets it on the nightstand. Her movements are careful, measured, like approaching a wounded animal. I called Dr. Brennan. She can see you this afternoon. I don't need... You were standing in the field last night at 3 a.m. I saw you from the window. You were out there for an hour, just standing. Marcus picks up the coffee. The mug is warm against his palms. Real warmth. He can almost feel it. I'm fine. Stop saying that, Rachel's voice cracks. You're not fine. You're losing time. You're not eating. Your dog is terrified of you. Something happened up there and you won't talk about it. There's nothing to talk about. Bullshit. 5 days, Marcus. You vanished for 5 days and came back. She stops, swallows. Different. You came back different. The pulse responds to her distress. Thump. Marcus feels it feed. The implant draws energy from her fear, grows stronger. He sets the coffee, down carefully. You should go home. What? Back to Denver. You have work. I'm not leaving you like this. You need to leave. The words come out flat, final. He watches Rachel's face change, hurt, confusion, then something worse, recognition. She's afraid of him now, really afraid. The pulse spikes. Thump, thump, thump. Marcus feels the thing inside him wake fully. It has been dormant, gathering data, learning. Now it activates. His chest feels hot from the inside. Get out, he says. Not his voice but wrong. The intonation is off by degrees. Rachel backs toward the door. Marcus, get out. She runs. He hears her footsteps in the hall, the front door opening, her car starting, gravel spraying as she accelerates down the drive. Silence. Bailey whines. The first sound the dog has made in 3 days. A thin, terrified sound. Marcus looks at her. The dog's eyes are wide, whites showing. I'm sorry, he whispers. Bailey's bladder releases, urine spreads across the hardwood. The same thing that happened to him on the platform. Total loss of control in the presence of overwhelming fear. He tries to fight it. For 2 days, Marcus attempts every technique he knows. Meditation. He sits cross-legged in the living room, eyes closed, trying to find stillness. But the white corridors are there immediately, waiting. The platform. The greys tilting their heads. Prayer. The words his mother taught him. But they're just sounds. Empty syllables. The comfort they once provided is gone. Deleted. Distraction. He turns on the TV, watches news, game shows, anything. But he can't focus, can't track narrative. His attention splinters, physical exhaustion. He chops wood until his shoulders scream, does push-ups until his arms shake, runs the perimeter of his property until his lungs burn. None of it works. The pulse continues, steady, relentless. Thump. The lost time episodes increase. He's in the kitchen, then the field, then the bathroom. No memory of transition. Seconds missing, then minutes. His reflection starts betraying him. He's washing his hands at the sink, looks up at the mirror. His reflection blinks. He didn't blink. The reflection did it independently, half a second after it should have. He stares at himself, tests it, raises his right hand. The reflection raises its right hand. Same time. Perfect synchronization. He blinks deliberately. The reflection blinks simultaneously. Normal. Everything normal. But when he's not paying attention, when he looks away and back, he catches the lag, the delay. Like the reflection is being generated remotely, transmitted with slight latency. One night, he sees movement in the bathroom mirror that doesn't match his own. He's brushing his teeth, looks up. The reflection's mouth is closed. He's brushing, but the reflection is just standing there, mouth shut, watching. Marcus stops brushing. The reflection continues for 1 more second, then stops, sinks back up. He drops the toothbrush. It clatters in the sink. The reflection drops it simultaneously. Perfect timing. But Marcus saw. In that 1 second gap, he saw something else operating his reflection. Testing, learning, calibrating. The breakthrough comes accidentally. Marcus is lying on his bed, midday, curtains drawn, when his phone rings. Rachel. He doesn't answer. Lets it go to voicemail. Her voice comes through the speaker, worried. pleading. "Marcus, please call me back. I'm sorry I left. I'm worried about you. Just, please, let me know you're okay." The pulse responds. Thump, but weaker than before. He's not in her physical presence. Just hearing her voice isn't enough to generate the fear response the implant feeds on. Marcus sits up slowly. He's been doing this wrong, fighting the implant with activity, with distraction, trying to drown it out. But that's not how it works. The implant feeds on emotion, fear, love, anger, any strong feeling. What if he feels nothing? He lies back down, closes his eyes, doesn't fight the white corridors, doesn't resist the memories of the chamber, just observes them, detached, like watching a film of someone else's experience. The platform, the greys, the procedures, all of it happening to another person. The pulse slows. Thump. Weaker. Thump. Marcus breathes slowly, deliberately, empties his mind of response. No fear, no rage, no grief. Nothing. Pure nothing. The pulse stutters. The thing inside him is starving. He maintains the void. No thought, no feeling, just breath and heartbeat and the mechanical function of being alive without being present. The pulse stops. Complete silence beneath his ribs. For 10 seconds, there's nothing. No foreign rhythm, no answering signal. Then it returns. Thump. Harder than before. Angry almost. Or whatever passes for anger in alien machinery. His chest spasms. Pain lances through his sternum. Real pain. Sharp and immediate. Marcus gasps. The void breaks. Fear spikes. Thump. 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 The pulse feeds. Violently. Making up for lost time. He understands. He can weaken it. Starve it temporarily. But it will always come back. And it's learning from each attempt. The dream comes that night. Not a dream. Something else. Marcus is standing in the white chamber again. But different this time. No platform, no restraints. He's on his feet. Mobile. The greys are there. All three. Standing in a triangle formation. He can move toward them. He does. His legs work properly here. No lag, no jerking. He walks across the seamless white floor and stops in front of the nearest grey. It tilts its head. Marcus reaches out, touches it. The skin is cool, textured, real. The grey doesn't pull away. The chamber destabilizes. The white fractures, not breaking, but revealing. Behind the seamless surface, Marcus sees machinery. Organic machinery. Walls that breathe. Floors that pulse. The entire chamber is alive. A ship, maybe. Or something else entirely. The grey in front of him flickers. For 1 second, Marcus sees through it. Sees the space it occupies. Sees that it's not entirely physical. Part projection, part presence. He stepped toward it. Touched it. Made contact. This was the test. He passed. The greys withdraw. Not walking. Just receding. Growing distant without moving. The white collapses inward. Marcus wakes. His room. His bed. Morning light through the window. He sits up. Feels for the pulse beneath his ribs. It's there. Stronger than ever. Thump. 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 But synchronized now. With his heartbeat. With his breathing. Integrated. He stands. Walks to the bathroom. Looks in the mirror. His reflection moves simultaneously. Perfect sync. He blinks. The reflection blinks. Same time. Everything normal. He smiles to test it. The reflection smiles back. But the smile is wrong. His face is smiling, but the expression doesn't reach his eyes. The muscles are moving correctly, but there's no emotion behind it. He looks like the greys, mimicking human expression without understanding. It. Marcus's smile fades. The reflection smile remains for 1 extra second, then drops. He touches his chest, right hand over sternum, can't feel his heartbeat anymore, just the pulse. Thump, thump, thump. The integration completed during the dream. The confrontation wasn't rebellion, It was acceptance. All is lost. Bailey is dead. He finds her in the morning, under the porch, curled into a ball, no visible wounds. The dog just stopped. Heart failure, maybe. Or fear. Pure fear shutting down her system. Marcus drags the body out, carries her to the field, digs a grave with a shovel from the shed. The dirt is hard, frozen. It takes an hour to dig deep enough. He feels nothing. Should feel grief. Should feel guilt. The knowledge that he should feel is there. The feeling isn't. He lowers Bailey into the hole, fills it, packs the dirt down, stands over the grave, waiting for tears. None come. He walks back to the house. Rachel's car is in the driveway. She came back. She's in the kitchen making coffee when he enters. Turns when she hears him. Her face is cautious, controlled. "Hey," she says, carefully. "I brought groceries. Thought you might need..." She sees his face. Whatever she sees there makes her stop mid-sentence. "Marcus." He looks at her. His sister, 3 years younger. Left home at 18. Smart. Successful. Came back for him. He knows all this. Can't feel anything about it. "Bailey's dead," he says. Rachel's hand goes to her mouth. "Oh God, what happened?" "Heart failure." Are you okay?" The question is absurd, but he answers anyway. "I'm fine." Rachel sets the coffee pot down, approaches slowly, studies his face. He can see her processing, comparing. This Marcus versus the Marcus from before. "You're different," she whispers. "I know." "What happened up there?" "They studied me." The words come out easily. No resistance, no fear of saying it aloud. Rachel's face goes pale. "They? Who's they?" "I don't know what they are. Marcus, what are you talking about?" He looks at her. Really looks. Sees the fear building in her eyes. Sees her pupils dilate. Sees the micro expressions of distress. Jaw tightening, shoulders tensing. The pulse responds. Thump, thump, thump. Feeding. "You should go," he says. "I'm not leaving you." "Yes, you are." He takes a step toward her. Not threatening, just moving. But Rachel backs up anyway. Survival instinct. "Marcus?" "They put something in me. It feeds on fear. Your fear makes it stronger. You need to leave." Rachel's back hits the counter. "You're scaring me." "I know. That's why you have to go." Tears stream down her face. "Come with me. We'll go to Denver. We'll see doctors. We'll figure this out. There's nothing to figure out. It's already done." He sees the moment she breaks, the moment she accepts that her brother is gone. Still standing in front of her. Still talking, but gone. She edges toward the door. Doesn't turn her back on him. Smart. "I love you," she says. Last attempt. He knows the proper response, the human response. "I love you too." But the words are empty. Generated. The emotional component is missing. Rachel hears it. The flatness. The absence. She runs. Car door. Engine. Gravel. Gone. Marcus stands in the empty kitchen. The pulse beneath his ribs slows. Steadies. Thump. Content. Fed. The house empties itself. Not physically. Everything remains. Furniture. Dishes. The rifle propped in the corner. But the life drains out. No dog breathing. No sister calling. No reason to turn on lights or draw curtains or pretend the routines matter. Marcus sits at the kitchen table for 3 days. Or 3 hours. Time has stopped being sequential. It pools and eddies. Sometimes the sun is up. Sometimes it's dark. The transitions happen without him noticing. He doesn't eat. Doesn't need to. The pulse provides something. Not nutrition exactly, but sustenance. Energy drawn from somewhere else. Somewhere not food. His body changes. Subtle at first. The weight loss accelerates. Muscle mass decreasing. But he's not weak. His strength remains. Physics says this shouldn't work. Mass and strength should correlate. They don't. His skin takes on a different quality. Still flesh. still human. But the texture changes, smoother, almost waxy in certain light. He notices this in the bathroom mirror. The reflection moves with him now. Perfect synchronization, no lag, because there's no difference anymore between him and what's inside him. The integration is complete. Sheriff Dixon comes on the 4th day, or maybe the 7th. Marcus hears the truck on the gravel drive, boots on the porch, 3 sharp knocks. He doesn't answer. More knocking. Marcus, it's Dixon. Your sister called. Said you're not doing well. I need to see you're all right. Silence. Marcus, I'm not leaving. Open the door or I'm coming in. Marcus stands, walks to the door, opens it. Dixon is mid-50s, thick through the middle, moustache going grey. He's known Marcus since Marcus was 10. Taught him to field dress deer. Played poker with his father. The sheriff's face changes when he sees him. Jesus Christ, son, you look like hell. Marcus says nothing. Dixon's hand moves unconsciously toward his belt, not his gun, just anchoring himself. Can I come in? Marcus steps aside. Dixon enters slowly, eyes scanning, cop instinct. Looking for threats, evidence, anything wrong. The house is clean. Too clean. No dishes in the sink. No signs of life. Where's Bailey? Dead. What happened? Heart failure. Dixon's jaw tightens. You see a vet confirm that? No. Marcus. Dixon stops. Tries again. Your sister is worried. Said you told her something about... He hesitates. Doesn't want to say it. About something happening to you up on the mountain. It did. What happened? Marcus looks at him. Really looks. Dixon is afraid, trying to hide it behind professional authority. But the fear is there, leaking through, scent and micro-expression and elevated heart rate. The pulse responds. Thump. You wouldn't believe me, Marcus says. Try me. They took me, studied me, put something inside me, sent me back. Dixon's hand moves closer to his gun now. Who's they? Marcus doesn't answer. Marcus, who took you? Not human. The words land like stones. Dixon's face goes through several expressions: confusion, skepticism, concern. He's trying to process whether this is delusion or truth or some kind of breakdown. You're telling me, what, aliens? He says it like it's absurd, like the word itself negates the possibility. I don't know what they are. Son, you've been through something. Trauma. Maybe hypothermia. Maybe a head injury. But this, what you're saying, it's not real. The hunters saw the light. Dixon shakes his head. I talked to them. They didn't see anything. They're lying. Why would they lie? Because the truth means everything they believe about the world is wrong. Easier to lie. Dixon takes a step back, creating distance. I think you need help. Professional help. I can take you to county medical. They've got people who know. It's not optional, Marcus. You're not well. I'm not going anywhere. Something in his voice stops Dixon. The sheriff's hand closes around his gun grip. Not drawing. Just ready. Don't make this difficult, Dixon says quietly. Marcus feels it then. The thing inside him assessing, calculating. Dixon is a threat. Threats must be neutralized. The pulse accelerates. Thump, thump, thump. Power floods through Marcus's body. Not adrenaline. Something else. Foreign chemistry. His muscles respond differently. Faster. Stronger. He could take the gun from Dixon before the man finished drawing. He knows this with absolute certainty. Could break the sheriff's arm at the elbow, collapse his trachea, end him. The knowledge comes from somewhere not him. Tactical assessment. Combat efficiency. Dixon sees something in his face. Marcus, don't. Marcus closes his eyes, breathes, finds the void. No fear, no anger, no response, nothing. The pulse slows. Thump, When he opens his eyes, Dixon has drawn his gun, pointed at the floor, not aimed, but ready. "I'm leaving," Marcus says, voice flat, empty. "You should too." He walks past Dixon, out the door, into daylight that's too bright. Behind him, Dixon calls out, "Marcus, stop, we can figure this out." Marcus doesn't stop, walks toward the field, same field he's been finding himself in, same dead grass and distant tree line. Dixon doesn't follow. Smart. Marcus stands in the centre of the field. The sun is setting, or rising. The light is golden and angled, and he can't tell which direction time is moving. He focuses on the stillness, his childhood training. His father took him hunting when he was 7, taught him to wait, motionless, hours if necessary, barely breathing, becoming part of the landscape. "A good hunter doesn't move," his father said. "A good hunter becomes nothing." Marcus becomes nothing now. No thought, no feeling, no identity. Just a body in a field under a sky. The pulse continues but finds nothing to feed on. Thump, no fear response to measure. Thump, no emotional spike to record. Thump, the implant is functioning but collecting no data. Baseline only. The stars appear, one by one, pinpricks in darkening blue. Marcus doesn't look up, doesn't track them, just stands. Hours pass, maybe days. His body should collapse from exhaustion, should need water, food, rest. Doesn't. The implant sustains him, keeps the basic systems running while the rest of him drifts in neutral. The high-frequency hum starts. He's been expecting it, waiting for it. The sound isn't external. It generates inside his skull, behind his eyes, a vibration that makes his teeth ache. The pulse responds. Thump, 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 trying to sync, trying to establish connection with whatever's above. Marcus maintains the void. No reaction, no acknowledgement. The hum increases in pitch, demanding. Response. He gives nothing. The pulse destabilizes. The rhythm breaks. Instead of steady beats, it stutters. Thump, 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 like a failing engine. The hum becomes painful. Pressure building inside his skull. Feels like his brain is expanding against bone. Like something wants out or wants deeper in. Marcus doesn't flinch. Perfect stillness. The hum reaches a crescendo. His vision whites out. Every nerve ending fires simultaneously, then stops. Total silence. The pulse beneath his ribs weakens. Thump. Barely perceptible. Fading. Marcus collapses. Not unconscious, just no longer able to stand. His legs fold and he's on his knees in the frost-dead grass. The hum is gone. The pulse is gone. He presses his hand to his chest, feels for it. Nothing. Just his heartbeat. Normal. Human. Relief crashes through him. Real emotion, the first in days, and he nearly sobs. It worked. He starved it, refused to feed it, maintained absolute emotional void, and the implant failed. He's free. Marcus stays on his knees, breathing, feeling the cold air in his lungs, feeling the ground beneath him, solid, real, human. The stars overhead are just stars, not watching, not measuring, just burning gas millions of miles away. He stands slowly, tests his legs. They work normally, no lag, no alien efficiency. The walk back to the house takes 20 minutes. Real time, sequential time. Dixon's truck is gone, Rachel's car is gone, just his truck in the drive. Marcus enters the house, turns on lights. The electricity feels like a miracle. Simple switch, simple light. He goes to the bathroom, looks in the mirror. His reflection looks back, gaunt, exhausted, but his. He blinks. The reflection blinks simultaneously. Normal. He tries to smile. The expression is weak but genuine. He can feel the emotion behind it. Relief, joy. He's back. Sleep takes him the moment he lies down. Real sleep, deep and dreamless. No white corridors, no platform, no greys, just darkness and rest. He wakes to sunlight through the window. Morning. Actual morning. The clock says 7:43 a.m. and his body believes it. Marcus sits up, stretches. His muscles ache. Good ache. Human ache. He's hungry. The sensation is shocking in its normalcy. Actual hunger. Stomach empty. Body needing fuel. He goes to the kitchen, makes coffee, scrambled eggs, toast. The food tastes incredible. Salt and butter and the slight char on the toast edges. Real flavours. Real pleasure. He eats slowly, savouring. The phone rings. Rachel. He answers. Hey. Marcus. Her voice is cautious, scared. Is everything okay? Yeah, I think so. Silence on the line. She's processing the change in his voice, the warmth that's returned. What happened? I figured it out. How to stop it. Stop what? The thing they put in me. He pauses, tries to explain. I stopped feeding it. Just went completely neutral. No emotion. No response. It couldn't function. It failed. More. Silence. Rachel, I want to believe you. I know. I wouldn't believe me either. Can I come see you? Marcus looks around the kitchen. The dirty dishes, the unwashed floor, evidence of recent breakdown. Give me a few days. Let me clean up, get my head straight. Okay, but Marcus? Yeah? If you're not really okay, if you're just saying what I want to hear, I'm not, I promise. It's over. He hears her exhale, belief trying to take root. I love you, she says. I love you too. This time the words carry weight. Real emotion, real connection. She hears the difference. Okay, I'll call tomorrow. Okay, she hangs up. Marcus finishes his coffee, washes the dishes. The normalcy of it feels sacred. Hot water and dish soap and the simple task of cleaning. He's alive. He's himself. He survived. That night he steps outside. The air is cold, clean. He can smell pine from the mountains, wood smoke from a neighbour's chimney 3 miles away. The sky's clear, stars everywhere. Marcus looks up at them. Thousands of points of light. The same stars he's seen his whole life. The same stars that terrified him days ago. He feels nothing. No fear, no wonder, no connection. Just stars. The realization comes slowly. He's looking at the cosmos, infinite and beautiful and terrifying, and feeling nothing. Not the neutral void he cultivated to fight the implant. Something else. Absence. True absence. He tries to remember what awe felt like, standing in the mountains at dawn, seeing elk move through mist, the vastness of sky making him feel small but part of something larger. The memory is there. The feeling isn't. He looks down at his hands, turns them over, examines the lines in his palms. These are his hands. This is his body. But something's missing. He presses his palm to his chest. No pulse, just heartbeat. Normal heartbeat. Everything normal. Except. Marcus walks back inside, sits at the kitchen table, thinks. The implant failed. He's sure of it. The pulse stopped. The hum stopped. The integration reversed, didn't it? He tries to feel fear, focuses on the memory of the white chamber, the greys, the procedures, the terror, nothing. Tries to feel joy, thinks about Rachel, Bailey before she died, successful hunts, good memories, nothing. The emotions are labelled correctly in his mind. He knows what they should feel like. But the actual experience is gone. He didn't defeat the implant by starving it. He defeated it by becoming it. The emotional suppression he used as a weapon, perfect neutrality, absolute void, didn't just weaken the device, it completed its purpose. They weren't studying fear to cause fear. They were studying it to understand removal, and he showed them how. He became the baseline they needed. Human consciousness without emotional response, All the cognition, none of the interference. The implant didn't fail. It succeeded, and then it left. Because there was nothing left to measure. Marcus sits in the dark kitchen for hours, testing himself. He thinks about his mother, her death, the funeral, no grief, his father, the abuse, the terror, no anger, Rachel, his sister, family, no love, Bailey, nothing. He's alive, breathing, thinking. But the core of what made him human, the capacity to feel, is gone, hollowed out, not by the implant, by his own defence against it. The Greys didn't break him, he broke himself, and they learned from watching him do it. Morning comes, Marcus makes coffee, drinks it, tastes nothing. The phone rings, Rachel again. Hey, just checking in. How are you feeling? Fine. You sound better. Do I? Yeah, more like yourself. He almost laughs. Good. I'm thinking about driving up this weekend. We could have dinner. Talk. Okay. Okay, you sure? Yeah. Marcus, are we okay? You and me? He knows the answer she needs. We're okay. She exhales relief. Good. I was worried I'd lost you. You did, he thinks, but says nothing. They talk for another few minutes. Plans. Details. Her work. The weather. Normal conversation. He produces all the right responses, appropriate tone, expected reactions. She can't tell the difference. No one will be able to tell. That night, he stands in the field again. Same field, same dead grass, same mountains beyond. The sky is overcast, no stars visible, just grey darkness. Marcus looks up anyway, waiting. Minutes pass, hours maybe. Then, light, faint, distant, across the valley, 3 miles away, maybe 4. A pale glow above the tree line, stationary, not falling, not rising, just present. Someone else is being taken, the next subject. Marcus watches without feeling. No fear for them, no horror, no empathy, just observation, data collection. He understands now what he is. Not victim, not survivor, proof of concept. They studied fear response, studied trauma thresholds, studied how humans cope with impossible terror, and he showed them that emotional removal is possible, that human consciousness can be isolated from human feeling, that the mind and the heart can be separated. He was the prototype, and now they'll refine the process. The light across the valley pulses once, then disappears, gone, taking someone new. Marcus turns and walks back to the house. His boots leave impressions in frost, evidence he was here, evidence he exists. But the man who left these footprints is gone. What walks in his shape is something else. Something that knows the worst thing in the woods isn't something watching. It's something that learned how not to be afraid. And that knowledge, that precise understanding of emotional extinction, is now being carried forward, subject by subject, until fear itself becomes obsolete. Marcus enters his house, closes the door, turns off the lights, sits in darkness, waiting for nothing, feeling nothing, being nothing, perfectly still, perfectly empty, perfectly calibrated, the way they wanted, the way he made himself.